Welcome to Jurassic Park. No!
No, I'm scared of dinosaurs.
No, it's just, don't worry.
Wait.
It's not a Steven Spielberg epic, it's just us. It's Natural Six.
No, I really, dinosaurs freak me out.
Did you see the film too young?
Yeah.
How young?
I think it's like 8 or 9.
Like fetal?
8 or 9. I don't know. I really...
Surely that's not too young.
And let me tell you, working on a series of Jurassic World games was not great for me.
Are you proper scared of... Because, like, I was scared... What was everyone scared of as a kid? I was scared of witches. Really scared of the
but you were
idea
scared of Roald Dahl's witches.
Yes, but I have a vivid, like a nightmare I remember of being a child and seeing my own foot at the top of the stairs, and it was all sepia tinged, and then this hand reaches up and grabs my ankle, and it's a witch. And I remember I was terrified of the child catcher. Anything with those kind of proportions, kind of long nose and lank hair and all that sort of stuff, really, really scared me. Dinosaurs.
Really, I really don't like. I couldn't watch Jurassic Park now, and when I go on like the Jurassic Park rides at like theme parks, I have to like not look.
They're so fun.
No.
What were you scared of as a kid? When you were scared of anything?
Shredder from the Teenage Mutant.
I'm
the cartoon or the film?
Wow.
Because in the film he's terrifying in the film.
No, it wasn't even that.
Alex, what were you scared of?
Dolls, but like specifically like the China doll kind of
Fair.
ratio.
Oh yeah.
It's
How do you feel about the Goo Goo Dolls?
Oh, give me all of that. I remember having nightmares about one specific doll that my sister had, and then for some reason in my nightmare, the only way to kill this thing
was to kiss it.
Was to take felt tip pen and draw on its face. So that meant that the only way to defeat it was by getting right up close to it. I used to have nightmares about having to get up close to it.
Love that. Yeah. What about you, Doug? This will be insane. What were you scared of? This will be absolutely wild.
We might have fears.
I eat fears.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about it, and I think it's a fear of being eaten alive.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I was very scared of being. I know we talked about you being scared of bursting into flames, but I remember learning about Joan of Arc being burned at the stake.
Scared of
and
that.
being scared of being burned at the stake.
Yeah. I saw 2 films when I was a kid. One of them was, I think we've talked about it here before, Squirm.
You've mentioned Squirm,
yeah. Where the worms that like they eat flesh and stuff and they get up in your face.
Oh yes, and we saw that there's a fishing. There's a bit on a fishing boat. We've all watched the scene on the fishing boat.
And there's also a scene, I think it's in the movie Krull, that came out way long time ago. That the guy with the thing with all the things. Anyways, there's a scene where there's this woman called the Black Widow, and she's in the center of a web, and she's like kept captive. And there's a giant spider who weaves the web, and somebody has to go to her to get her to do something. But the giant spider is coming for him. And it's just the thought of being caught by this giant spider and
going to be
spun up
being
in a
like
web
Shelob
and then
style.
slowly devoured from the inside.
What about you, Ben?
Electric eels.
Electric eels?
Without, like, just straight up. Straight up.
The idea that they could just be in a body of water you were getting into.
Well, yes.
Like a bath, swimming pool, maybe coming up the toilet.
Because there was, I was very fortunate when I grew up to live
nowhere near electric eels?
No, well, you'd think. I live next to a river. And so, like,
the power line fell into the river, and I convinced
well, it's amazing. It's like I still can't prove this, but I always wanted to jump into the river in the summer because the river was really beautiful, and you could jump into it. And
would it have been the Avon?
No, it was like the river. Maybe it was the River Yo or near the River Yo, but it went out into the it went out into the Severn, and. I always wanted to jump into it because it always looked really nice. It was a beautiful grassy bank, and my mum would never let me because she said, you don't want to jump in there because there are eels in there. That's not true, but I thought that there were.
Right.
And then I went, what, electric eels? And she said, yes.
Right.
So the fear was you can't go anywhere near that water because electric eels are in there. And I think in Little Mermaid, the eels.
Flotsam and Jetsam.
So I was terrified of electric eels, and I would hear about electric eels, and they were the most terrifying thing. And I always thought that electric eels could be in any body of water. So I would always imagine them being in any body of water. And I used to do competitive swimming. So even then when I was swimming,
Michael Phelps said the same thing. Actually, he just imagines electric eels.
That's why
he said. He said, "I imagine Flotsam and Jetsam about
I swear to you, I was good at swimming because I was preparing for if I was ever attacked.
But when
by
you're not on
electric
the
eels.
ark.
Yeah.
he's gonna
This is the longest intro.
This is the longest
it
intro.
is. But it was worth it, I think.
Yeah.
Because every episode we learn a little more about the players. But these, we're not going to see these people at the table. They're going to disappear by the magic of roleplay, theatre, and maybe, I don't know, some technical stuff. I don't watch the show.
Other than Doug Cockle, he's always at the table.
The actor Doug Cockle is always
The
present.
actor Doug Cockle is
Always.
always
So I
present.
guess really we should say hi to our heroes.
Hello, I'm Aoife Wilson, and I play Dolly de Winter, the Tiefling Bard.
Hello, I'm Alex Jordan, and I play the Kobold Rogue.
Hi, I'm Doug Cockle, and I play Kelmis, the Dragonborn Druid.
Hi, I'm Hollie, and I play the human fighter Elwyn Grenwood.
Hi, I'm Ben Starr, and I play Radiant Thornbear, the Wood Elf Wizard.
And hi, I'm Harry McEntire. I play Flotsam, Jetsam, Dinosaurs, Spiders, a Doll, and Shredder. Shall we play some Dungeons and Dragons? Last time. You began with Dolly and Parvus trapped in Haven, and Radian, Elowin, Kelnis, and I, the character, not the me, fleeing into the forest, Dolly still believing them to be trapped in cells beneath Haven. From there, different things happened to different people.
Redacted.
Loads. And that's where we are.
You did one without any mistakes.
Right, everyone who's not Ben, get out.
Oh, me!
Ben's leave.
Oh, my lord.
Oh.
So, Radian,
Yes.
you are in the semi-shelter of the space between these three tree trunks, and you have just watched as Erastus, Elowin, Kelnis, and I have disappeared into the deck of many friends, and you are alone in the forest.
Yeah. There's a sense of uncertainty about what he's doing. I think there's this moment of quiet. You just kind of see him look around what he's done, not really sure what to do next. He could run. He could betray them all. Which kind of crosses his mind for a second. You can almost see it etched on his face. There is all of these things that could happen. This call of the void. This moment where he just wants to jump off. He could leave these people in there forever. He could actually go and do what he wants to do. But there is just something compelling him to go back. So, after a moment, he just bolts as fast as he possibly can. Like the sound of, the leaves under his feet just running as fast as he possibly can in the direction where he was guided by the three.
Angus the Butcher.
You never forget.
Prayers up for Angus the Butcher.
Yeah. And I like the idea that as he's running in that direction, it's just, he's genuinely scared. He's genuinely scared because he has them, he has their lives in his hand. And he doesn't know how long they're going to last. He doesn't know what Erastus is going to do to them, whether they can actually achieve what he wants them to achieve. And he kind of just runs.
And you run with your feet and legs sort of tearing through the undergrowth. And you run until you feel that your chest start to tighten, and you can hear your heartbeat loud in your ears, percussive, and the taste of blood in your throat as you push yourself and push yourself and push yourself.
Yeah.
And after running for half an hour, you find yourself almost on the point of collapse. And at that point, you realize that you can, far in the distance, see the lamps, see the torches around the palisade of Haven, and the sprawling buildings that fan out from around it.
Mm-hmm. I look out for, I believe that Angus mentioned something about like a, that secret area in the rock. So
rocks that look like a set of teeth on an area where dahlias grow wild.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a perception check. Oh, investigation, actually. I guess this is probably investigation.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm looking for something specific.
25.
25, yeah. You, was that in Sir Samuel? Oh my God. Sir Samuel.
Sir Samuel, close to a nat 20.
Right.
Just so you know, if we roll a nat 20 and he goes from being a sir to a lord.
To a lord, and he will work his way up a very old-fashioned, sort of almost feudal hierarchy until eventually...
He will be king, then emperor, then Holy Roman Emperor.
Then Holy Roman Emperor of the empire that was neither holy nor Roman nor empire.
Yeah.
You see this patch of dahlias, and even in the darkness, your vision allows you to pick out just the last, almost greying, because you only see like it's in dim light, but almost greyed and diffused, but the beauty of those colours were you to see them at the point of high noon.
Yeah.
And these rock formations, almost a set of jagged rocks that protrude from the earth as very much like a set of teeth or like stakes that are driven into it, and then a curving sheet of rock that almost forms a little ridge.
I make my way towards it, carefully kind of picking through everything, and just to kind of see if there's a way in.
So you can roll me an investigation with advantage on this.
23.
23. Within these dahlias, you see there is at first it looks like it might be a snake or some kind of worm, and then you think it could be a flower or a vine, and you realise it is a thick white plait with a pink ribbon tied to it.
I pick it up.
As you pick it up, you feel it's connected to something.
And I pull.
And you pull, and this hatch opens. This trapdoor on which more dahlias have been planted. It's like you lift and suddenly these blooms are coming sort of towards you, and it reveals a small hole in the earth, large enough for you to get in, but not a great pathway like you found in the caves before.
Before he steps in, going into this, it kind of a moment stops him, and he pulls out his book that he writes in most nights. And he's kind of preparing himself, so as he prepares his spells, and a passage in his book stops him. And I'm going to read this out loud because this is something that Radian wrote a long time ago. I wrote in my book a long time ago. And this was after Dolly and him had that argument, and he wrote an apology letter
In Alvelian.
to Dolly, which goes like this. Dear Dolly, I am sorry. I was scared. I was scared that you would see me for what I am. A lie. A lie in the body of an elf. A lie in the shape of a wizard. A lie that is terrified of learning the truth. But I was more terrified that you would learn the truth before I did, and that you would hate me, because I think you're pretty great, and I think you're quite wonderful, and I'm sorry. And he never gave it to her. And then he jumps down.
And as you jump down into this hole, it's supported at the base. You fall 5 or 6 feet, and you fall with a a muffled thud as the mud and the earth, the weight of all that earth, dampens the sound. The hatch at the moment is still open above you.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to crouch. No more than 3 foot high. You almost have to crawl, hands and knees. And the roof of this narrow tunnel is supported at irregular intervals by wooden struts. And you can see that these struts are hastily placed in there, and that they were placed a while ago, and that the richness of the earth here is starting to bow them and splinter them, that they will need replacing soon. But for now, they
Hold.
They hold. And roll me a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Samuel.
He's gonna do me dirty.
He's going to screw you over any moment. You can smell somnium from towards where you're heading. You can smell it quite strongly.
That smell catches him as he kind of just takes it in, and there's just something intriguingly intoxicating about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been playing on his mind since the beginning. Radium believes that somnium is the answer to his problems. He thinks that it's the shortcut to enlightenment, to finding out who he is.
Mm-hmm.
In the back of his mind, he wants to take it, but he can see the damage that it does. But he really is tempted by it. He's like a moth to that flame, but he's really fighting against it. And it kind of takes him for a moment. I take a massive sniff in, thinking that maybe it would do something to him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it would give him some sort of high.
Sort of contact high.
Yeah.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
10.
Passes. So essentially nothing happens.
Yeah.
You take in this smell and it's strong, but it's like walking past someone, in the park.
Yeah.
But you are moving towards it.
Yeah.
Crawl hand over hand, dragging yourself through the mud.
Yeah.
The smell gets stronger.
I'm going to cast, if I can, for the first time, Mage Armor on himself.
Great.
He doesn't do it often.
He does not.
He does not do it often. But
Okay, so that lasts for 8 hours. It is not concentration, and it's your
And my
AC
armor
becomes
class,
13 plus
yeah.
your dex modifier.
so it becomes a 16. Because he recognizes that he ain't dropping this. And then kind of continues moving forward.
And that passage takes you, I will say, almost 15 minutes to crawl. It is a long passage. You were barely in view of how this must have taken days, if not weeks, to tunnel.
Yeah.
And that smell gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And then you think you see the dimly light, a glow, the grey-brown of the soil, this dim light that you can see with your dark vision, begins to glow almost richer, almost orange. And you realize you can pick out the little skittering of creatures, bugs and worms. And you, at the very end, see that there is a stone, steps, a laid piece of stone.
I absolutely crawl up to it.
And as you crawl up to it, you realise that the tunnel turns sharply and it's in fact the bottom of a set of steps.
I start making my way towards that and stealthily moving up.
Roll me a stealth check.
It's an 8.
An 8. Roll me a luck check.
It's a nat 2.
Okay. As you start to climb these steps, you hear the heel of your boot catches on a step. Your legs have not been used for like 20 minutes, and your arms are tired, and you just have a moment of stumbling on this narrow set of steps. And this isn't a staircase, this is just like a series of flagstones that have been crudely shoved into mud, and as you step on it, you clip the edge, and the flagstone rises and then slams back down into the mud. And you hear... What's that? What was that? Did you hear something? And up above you is you can see floorboards, and you can see light penetrating through the gaps in these floorboards.
Yeah. And so I'm below the floor.
You're below the floorboards at the moment.
And there's no visible way up through the...
Roll investigation.
18.
18. You see that there is a barely perceptible hinge at one end, which looks as if it's been sort of split down a line, and the other end has a hinge, and you think you could probably just lever it up.
I hit something. I hit the floorboard with my arm.
Wait. Hello? What's that? I don't know. Sounds like it's under the... You hear these two voices. Is that something outside? Oh, look. I'll check. And you can hear a set of footsteps that move away, and a door opens and shuts, and then you hear a second set of footsteps. And you can hear it. You can hear the set of footsteps walking along a route, almost like walking a route and then turning and then walking back and walking a route and then turning, then looking back.
And I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that person to come and find me.
I wonder if they know about it.
Just waiting to see what happens.
Yeah. You see, what you do see at some point is they just come to rest exactly on top of that set of floorboards that you are. The light is dimmed and you're in shadow. And you can make out a set of feet that look to be wrapped in, like, sort of simple shoes, not adventurers' boots. And you can see some bright colours on their clothing. And then you hear the door open. Nothing outside. There's nothing in here. Could it have been a door slamming in the wind? I don't know.
I look around and see if there's sort of like a rock or anything that I can kind of distract. So I pick up a rock or something by my feet to kind of...
So do you want to try and get into are you trying to see if you can get into like a sub-floor beneath a wider area? Because at the moment it's just this one...
So right above me...
Right above you, yeah.
Is a door with a hinge.
Yeah. This person is stood on it at the moment.
Yeah. I see if I can find a rock. I throw it at the door, at the thing above me.
Yeah. I'll say absolutely. And he, what? It's down there? It's down there? And you hear a set of footsteps come over, and then that door is wrenched open.
As they do that, I cast polymorph on myself, and I turn into a bat.
Done.
And then that happens, and I just fly up into their face.
Yep, you fly up into the. It's two. They don't even look to be guards. They're not carrying weapons. They're just two. You think children of the midnight moon?
Yeah.
And they, oh my God! Don't let it bite you! And you're flapping around, and you see that this is a room that's filled with shelves, which has bundles of. From the smell, you can tell is somnium. This is like a storage space for somnium, and there is a door at the end out of which you can assume the other one entered and exited, but he's shut it behind him. Mm-hmm. And they're just panicking. They're just blind panicking because there's a bat there.
Mm-hmm. And there's no way out of this.
Oh, yeah, I guess there would be windows, but they would be shut at this time of night. There would be no reason. They'd be shuttered. Particularly, this space actually has no windows. There is a door that leaves. Crucially, there would be no.
So I'd like to create a scenario where I'm almost like shooing them out so I can try and get them to open this door.
Yeah, great. I'm going to say roll me an acrobatics check. And I think, let me see how polymorph works in terms of which stats you keep and which of yours are replaced.
I have all of the stats of a bat.
Great. It assumes the hit points of its new form, the target's game statistics, including mental ability scores. It retains alignment and personality. Amazing. Oh, that's really fun. So a bat, you have armor class of 12, 1 HP, a 5 foot speed on the ground, and a 30-foot fly speed. You can make an acrobatics check, yeah, which is +2.
15.
15. I'm going to say that is enough to sort of shepherd them towards this door, and they're like the one who discovered you first with the lighter voice. He's really clearly uncomfortable with no, and he's running. He kind of pulls a lock across, opens the door, and he runs out into this big, high-ceilinged room, and you realise it's the room from which all the tables were fetched in order for you to be able to feast. Mm-hmm. You've seen these great big doors at the end of it that are open, and he's running towards those doors and wrenches those doors open and runs out into the night, leaving the door open.
Great. And I basically fly out. Mm-hmm. And I now have a view of where we are.
Yep.
And I would like to try and fly back towards where I saw Nox.
Fly towards that balcony.
Fly towards that balcony.
You can fly towards that balcony.
Mm-hmm.
By now it is, I'm going to say, 11 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
And the balcony is guarded. There are 2 members of the sort of local guard here in their brightly coloured clothes. They're sat around a small table sharing a bottle of something. And they're stood on this balcony, which is at the base of a set of steps, twisting steps that wind upwards. So there's a balcony, and then to the right of it is a sort of 2-story conical, almost looks like a house. Yeah. To the left of it are 2 open-sided spaces, one on top, which is almost like a pagoda, and one below, which looks to be more of a solid building. And then on a level below where that balcony sits is another 2-story, almost looks like a house on the right-hand side. The top floor of it is half a balcony, if that makes sense. So it's almost like the ground floor of this self-contained treehouse is fully encircled, and then above it there is a 2nd story, which is half interior and half sort of exterior balcony.
Okay.
I'm going to say, yeah, they spot this. They spot the bat. How close do you want to get to them on this balcony?
I just want to kind of almost like circle up above them so they can probably see me.
Yeah, they can.
But then just kind of like fly off and just perch maybe a little bit above.
Would you like to try and perch above them?
Yeah.
So on the left-hand side, as I say, there's this sort of open pagoda. On the right-hand side, there's a 2-story enclosed treehouse, almost at this is at the very top of this treehouse complex.
Yeah. I'd like to Are there any lights on? Or are all the lights off?
I'm going to suggest that there are lights on in the top treehouse that I'm mentioning, the 2-story, and then on the bottom, on that lower level away from the balcony, there are lights on in the lowest level of that 2-story treehouse as well. So
I'm going to start with the top.
Start with the top. There are windows shaped like they have points at the top, arched windows, which have bars across them carved of wood, little clusters of flowers that sit around the arched struts that support it.
I'd like to, as secretively as I can, land and see if I can see through those.
Roll me stealth, which is a +2.
19.
19, absolutely. You successfully stealth up and sit on the windowsill of one of these windows and roll me perception. Each has a +1.
17. Wow.
Yeah. Samuel, you really are spoiling us. You see 2 people sat by the light of, by candlelight, speaking. One is Nox and one is the leader of the glow.
I'm a bat.
You're a
I've got
bat.
Great hearing.
You have advantage on perception checks that rely on hearing.
I'm going to listen in.
Okay, roll me a perception with advantage.
I needed that.
What did it go from to?
To a 2 to a 19 on the die.
Which becomes a dirty 20. You hear Nox's voice. I will not simply wait to be found. If there is anything in this forest that wishes me ill, it must be destroyed. If they do not return by the morning, you will send the gloom out. I will not send the gloom away. We are here for a reason, and as much as I need your cooperation, I do not need to give my warriors over to your whims. Your stunt today will have at least convinced her that they're still here. I believe that. And then Nox says, you don't understand. I have been running for years. She has to stay here. She has to be kept safe. I have to be kept safe. I cannot get you any deeper. I will not do any more for the mushroom, for the mineral, for the gloom, if you do not acquiesce to this. And you sense that there's this real battle of wills going on between these two.
I take all this in, but it's not what I'm here for. Mm-hmm. So I then fly back down to the one below, you said.
Yeah. Roll me a stealth. You see that outside this there is a guard stood next to the door looking out.
So 15 on the die.
15 on the die becomes 17. There is a window next to the guard, or around the other side there are windows on the blind side.
So there's on the lower level.
On this 2-story lower level one, the top of which is half balcony and half interior, at the base there is a door through which you would gain access to this treehouse. Yeah. Stood on guard outside that door, looking out as if, typically on guard, not looking at the door, looking away, is a single guard. A guard in the clothes of the Children of the Midnight Moon. Yeah. There is a window just on the other side of that door, very close to this guard, or there are windows on the far side, the blind side away from the guard.
I'm going to go and see if I can find the one that is being guarded.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to find that.
Yeah. If you fly around, you find that treehouse. You are more than capable, with a 17, of escaping the passive perception of this guard. You want to land on a windowsill and have a look in?
Yeah.
Dolly sat on a made bed, her head in her hands, massaging her temples, staring into the middle distance. There's a candle next to her on a bedstand. On a nightstand. It's a nice room. On any other situation, it would be really comfortable. But you can see her. You can see this isn't a happy scenario.
There's no way in the windows.
These windows, I'm going to say, according to the design that I've built, they're not glass windows. They're just, there's no need. It's so warm all the time. There's no need to have glass in the windows, so you can just move straight through.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
We'll hold it there. Send the 3 in. You're in the mists. You don't know how long you've been there. Erastus, after your conversation, sat almost as if he'd said too much, turned away from you and shut his eyes. Cross-legged, hands in his lap upturned, almost as if he's meditating.
I sits cross-legged in front of him, and being lower than him, smaller than him, is just going to stare intently, and it's just going to see if there's any crack, any break, any... I'm just looking at him. I'm fascinated by him.
After a time, the eyes snap open. What?
So where is all the others now? If you is here, and you is able to resist, where is the others, the guards?
We are contained within our own cells.
And when the cards is used, where does they go? You looks like you is trying to recall law.
No, I'm trying to recall stats. No. I don't know.
And does you feel anything?
When the cards are drawn. It is like a cord that pulls on you. How I would imagine it feels to be a fish on a hook, and you are dragged and dragged. And if not called upon, the line snaps, and you return. It's like falling down to where you were, although you never left.
And these cells makes it not possible to reach to one another.
No. If anyone could, I could, but such power is beyond even me.
But so you knows who else is in the deck. You knows everyone before the deck.
Yes.
And they was friends.
We had encountered one another.
Was there any tribe?
He looks at you as if he doesn't understand.
Did you feel about any others? Like we feels about tribe?
Some, perhaps. Others were enemies. Others I met on the field of battle. Some I came to understandings with, others I did not.
And an Eloin. Does you feels a connection?
I have been less than human for a very long time. We have no loyalty to one another, would you say? He looks at you, Eloin.
There is no loyalty to each other.
No.
We're just human.
Strange.
So why do we have these cards? Why does Radian have them? You can't get rid of them. He's tried.
It's the only person you could ask this. So I want to see what he knows, because I don't know what he knows yet. He rolled a 5. Which becomes a 9.
How annoyingly middling.
He did not make these cards. But now it appears they are bound to him.
Who is he?
I do not know.
Where is he from? Because it's not Reliquia.
Fae. The Feywild.
Raiden is from the Fey world.
I think it's been obvious for a while he's not from Reliquia. He certainly doesn't remember anything.
Does he know?
I do not know. How could he not?
He doesn't remember anything.
How convenient for him.
How incredibly convenient, but whoever he is, wherever he's got these cards, just it seems important in a way I can't quite place. Like he's not here by accident. Like we're not here by accident. I can't figure it out.
But I is just one's of many kobold. There is nothing special about I.
You're different from the rest of your kobolds. And you're one of the only kobolds that I guess is in existence right now that we can certainly find. You're a race that still has its god, still has its antiqua. That makes you more unique and more special than most of us.
You are a useful people.
I knows this.
So do I.
You knows much of kobold?
You find things. You procure things.
In the world before these worlds,
Yeah, he nods.
we was useful. We was parts.
Of course.
And the others liked us.
You are not a monolith. Some were good. Some were wretched. All were useful.
And you knews themself. In the world that came before.
I did not serve themselves.
But what was they like?
Of all of them, they were the one I knew the least. They were never there, always away.
That feels right.
Humorous. Tell us something about the gods. Tell us a truth about the gods, because if there's one thing we've learned recently, I think Reliquia is built on an awful lot of lies.
They were cowards.
I think we've been able to figure that out.
They were afraid of losing their power. They feared us.
You.
All of us. All of those that they had made, they feared.
And was they rights too?
In my case, yes.
But not in all.
Is everyone you have ever met a killer? Would everyone you have ever met wish to overthrow gods? Take their place?
But most of you?
Can only speak for myself.
So, everyone's in this deck, was they all those that came before, or just the ones that was not happy with the gods?
We were loved. We commanded respect. We had influence, office. We were asked to lie, we would not. And then he gestures to the void. So here I am, and here you are.
Did any of you makes it through to Reliquie?
We saw the birth of the world. The first flourishing of life. The Alanites, Atria. When Alvelion was founded, there was a bargain to be made. And myself and my companions of this plane would not agree to it.
You says this plane. Is this plane likes the Sentiasa?
Of Reliquie. Reliquie.
What was the lie? What did they want you to lie about?
That the virtuous won. That the war ended in victory, rather than stalemate. That there was nothing beyond these mountains. We would not lie. Not after so much blood had been spilled, so many lives taken. For the sake of a war that they were not bold enough to finish, for fear that the victor would fall to the very same they created.
Well, it's a lie they managed to keep for a very long time. I'd say, besides everybody in this room and a handful of others, most people still believe that lie.
He suddenly goes, stops. It's almost like he sniffs the air. Wait. His hands go to his daggers. Prepare yourselves.
We will show you the god.
He's mine. Bring the rest of him back in. Dolly. You are sat in your chambers in this treehouse. You have a light candle that's been lit. It stands on a table next to you, a nightstand next to you. And you can hear the sounds of the forest falling asleep, and then the nocturnal part of the forest waking. Roll me a perception check.
Natural 20.
Okay, cool. So, you hear Azrael outside, sort of shifting uncomfortably, clearing his throat. And you look out the window and you see midges and mosquitoes starting to fly and buzz around, and then something streaks past the window, something fast. And you see that it's a bat. It streaks and you sort of crane your neck and look up. It streaks up out of sight. And you return to your bed and sit. Put your head in your hands and just take in everything that has happened in this last day. And then there is a noise and the bat is on the windowsill. And these windows aren't glazed, there's just wooden struts. And the bat creeps closer.
So, go up to the window and try and get a closer look at whatever it is.
What does the bat do?
The bat flies. The bat immediately kind of flies over Dolly and then perches on the end of where she was just sitting.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bat turns into radiant. Shh. Someone outside.
Where's everyone?
We came to rescue you. We'll help you.
We came to rescue you. We'll help you.
The double jump teams did say, please stage whisper because
I will say that any conversations you're having are, if you tell me you're whispering, I'm not
We're whispering. We came to rescue, well, help you. But who's that outside?
Oh, he's fine. He's just following orders. But yeah, kind of stuck here. In case you didn't notice.
How was it?
Awful. But I'm glad you're back. Where is everyone else?
Yeah, about that.
What do you mean? Where are they?
I go into my pocket and I pull out the deck of many friends.
Reading, what did you do?
They're in there.
What do you mean they're in there? Start talking.
Erastus has been visiting me in my dreams. Erastus Gracie, who comes back again and again and again because he wants the death that he is owed.
Mm-hmm. Yours.
And I fought him. And I couldn't win.
Mm-hmm. You're still here?
And I grab her hand. Please, hear me out all the way before I tell you this. Hear me out all the way before you say anything.
Okay.
He wanted my life and I offered him yours. Wait. I knew that you would never fight him alone. I would always help you, but I would have died in there. Or at least I thought I would have done. So I offered him your life. He visited me again. And I said that he could have your life if he helped us. Now,
Radiant, I'm here because someone sold me out a long time ago. You're telling me you did it again?
no. I made Erastus believe that I had. I meant what I said. I would never sell you out. And you know that we have to do whatever we can to survive, but I will not abandon you again. None of us will. That's why they are in there now, convincing him that it is not your death that he wants, but Vigil's. I don't know how long they've got in there.
Let me talk to him. I'm good at convincing people of a lot of things. I may as well put it to good use now. It's my life.
Okay, but when I call on the deck, I don't know what's going to happen. And that guard outside might hear.
Well, then maybe we need a better location for this. I don't want anyone else to get hurt if we can possibly help it. These people, they think they're doing the right thing. They think they're being led to something better. They're being lied to, and that's not their fault. I trust you, and I trust them. So let's figure this out together.
Okay. What do you suggest?
I'll see if we can. Can you turn back into a bat? Is that a thing now?
No, I think I used all the juice. The juice is gone. I already juiced myself out.
More bat magic.
Okay, it seemed apropos was the only thing.
Wait, I'll see if I can try.
Okay, don't make that
No, I
face.
can't.
Otherwise
I
you-
can't.
Okay.
I can't. It's one time juice.
It's,
Never use that phrase
I
again.
feel like you could have said anything other than that. It would have been better. Okay. We just need.
You've got powers. Tell him to go away. Convince him.
Okay. I think it'd be better if he didn't know you were here.
Where am I going to go? Hide under this bed?
Yeah?
Okay. Okay. So I get down, try and like slide under the bed.
Yeah. Yeah, you hide under the bed. I mean, there's no stealth required to hide under a bed.
Yeah.
Thank God.
But underneath it, you find a set of plain travelling clothes, bundled up. A woman's plain travelling clothes, slight build, covered in dust.
What are these? Are these yours?
I don't know. Are they?
No.
No.
I have a little investigate. See what they are.
You can roll investigation.
Natural 20.
Okay.
Best clothes you've ever seen.
Lord. My Lord! Lord Samuel Raphael Towers.
No, vetoed. Vetoed.
He got,
no,
he
no, you
went
went
up.
up.
He
He's
got up
ascended.
because he ascended because he got a nat 20.
That's all he did. He gave you a nat 20, the most pointless nat 20 imaginable.
You don't
That's
know.
what you think.
I'll tell you what. You don't know how good he's been to us.
How good these travelling clothes are.
Honestly, he's been so cut. You are so...
Don't do that.
There is a bundled up in these travelling clothes, which are just simple travelling clothes. Is a copy of his fables, the stories of the tiefling god Alakash, and then a book in which are pressed flowers, a series of flowers that you don't recognise, and a painting of a house at the top of a wooded glade.
Let me see those.
There's just some stuff.
I think these are celandines.
Roll me a nature check.
That's 11.
You recognise these as flowers that grow around Caressian. In the sort of foothills and the... It's a very beautiful area.
The masked, not the gloam, the celandine. She's as much a victim as this as anyone. I feel bad for her. As crazy as that sounds.
Yeah. I feel bad for everyone in this.
Is your head still sticking out from underneath the bed while you have that?
Oh no, so you want to know where I am. So I'm cutesy like that. You're sitting on it and we're like this. Oh, the blood is really going to my head. We weren't going to leave you.
I know. That thought didn't even cross my mind. It's weird.
Good, I'm glad we got that covered now. I'm going to hide under this bed for a bit, okay?
Okay.
Slide yourself back under the bed.
Gonna go up to the door. Azrael?
Oh! But he sticks his head through the, like almost through the window. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I know it's. I assume it's late.
It's very late. It's almost midnight.
Well,
He should be resting, really. He should be getting some sleep. It's been a
yeah,
big day
but
for
they do call me the Midnight Moon. This is kind of my time. I was wondering if I could. Would it be all right? If I just went for a little. Just get.
You
a
need
bit
some
of
air?
air. Yeah. a little bit.
I'll take you. Where would you like to go?
I don't know. Maybe just I just would love to go down and have a wander around the forest floor for a bit. Is that okay?
The forest.
Well, just the just an open space.
I can't let you out the haven.
No, not out of haven.
No.
No.
No, it's not
No,
safe
no,
for you out there.
Yeah, no, it's but just down around, Just need.
Of course,
It's
yes.
just been a crazy couple of
Yes, of course,
hours.
of course.
Would that be all right?
Are you all right? You seemed worried about what happened.
A little bit, yeah. That was It's hard. How many people have you seen killed?
He was the first.
Doesn't get any easier.
No, but it needed to happen to keep you safe.
I don't know that it did.
Well, if Vigil said it did, then you've not been here as long as... Not that I'm questioning you. So,
Everything happens for a reason, right?
yes, it does. It definitely does.
Anyway, I'm just gonna get my cloak and
Yes, of course.
um.
I'll wait here. I won't go in.
Sure, yeah. I'm just gonna grab my cloak off and be like, you need to follow behind us.
Okay. I thought we were going to do it here, but no, wait, I'll follow you. Okay, it's fine, yeah.
You're right in there?
Yeah, sorry. Pollen.
Yes, it's a high count all the time, actually. Rough.
Okay. And yeah, I'm gonna try and find somewhere as quiet as possible.
So you you descend the set of steps that wind round the trunk of the tree, and you can go out of the Somnium cluster with Azrael just behind you. And you want to try and...
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check. You know already that there are two on that balcony.
Yeah.
And as you go out, Dolly, you see that there are two watching out from, from which you were first
Immediately
presented.
regret this decision.
My lord. Prove us.
Just in case,
Mm-hmm.
I cast disguise self on myself. Just in case.
Great. Talk to me about this disguise.
And it is... I look like an innocuous member of the Midnight Moon. In fact, it's very similar to... What's his name? What was the name of the little man that I tried to... Little gnome?
Simeon.
the little gnome Simeon.
Simeon. Very similar to, but not quite the same as Simeon.
You look like a very tall gnome because you can only change your height by a foot.
Then I would look like not a gnome.
Okay. You'll just take your cues from
yeah, I look like the most innocuous kind of guard that I could look, or a person.
Do you want to look like a guard, or do you want to look like a follower?
Let's go follower.
Okay. Yep.
Just in case.
Yep. Roll stealth.
14.
14. They rolled a dirty 20. And you, as you start to descend the steps behind them, oh, what are you doing? What you doing? And you look up and you see that these two guards on the balcony have just sort of stood and looking down at you. Where are you going?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's a friend of mine. That's sorry. We I met them a long, long time ago. It's nice to be reacquainted.
You knew the Midnight Moon before. Roll me persuasion with advantage.
22.
22. Place of high honour. My apologies. We weren't aware.
I told them not to say anything.
Azrael, you'll watch her, won't you? You keep her safe. Yeah, absolutely. Don't worry about that. She's with me. I think they're a bit jealous.
Wow.
Thank you, my lady.
That's okay. Don't call me that.
Where did you come from? How did you get here?
He
How
doesn't
did he
sleep.
get here?
He doesn't sleep.
Where were you though? Because were you attending on vigil?
Yeah.
Yes.
High honor.
Well, he's speaking in there with. Oh, doesn't matter.
Who's he speaking?
No. Sorry, that's nothing to do with me. It's certainly nothing for you to worry. We've been told not to let you get stressed. So.
What's your name?
Azrael.
Azrael.
Azrael Levine. Sorry, my wife's name is Levine. It's Azrael. I'm married to a lady called Levine. I wanted you to meet her. I've been talking about her all day.
All
We
day.
haven't met.
Oh my
You'd
gosh,
really
all
get on
day.
with her.
My name is Michelle
Michelle.
Ranch.
Michelle.
Michelle with a B.
Michelle.
Really
Right.
wonderful names in this part of the country.
That's the thing about Haven is everyone's welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Michelle, it's strange I haven't met you before. Are you? How long have you been here?
I was here on my lady's request.
Did you bring him? You brought Michelle with you?
I sent word for Michelle after we got here. It was comforting to me after those betrayals before to have someone that I knew, someone from my past around. And especially with all the exciting stuff coming up, I just thought I'd need a bit of a helping hand.
Roll me persuasion, not with advantage.
16.
I'm gonna have him roll insight. Rolled a 13 becomes a 15. Right. Word travels fast.
Yeah, well,
And you have the tattoo. Did you have the tattoo before?
I hold out my hand, and the one thing that I've left is this daisy chain.
Mm-hmm.
I remember many years ago, the Midnight Moon herself gave me this. And in that moment, I knew that wherever she is, I will be there. This is a sign of our bond, a never-ending bond. It begins and it ends. That is us.
Roll me persuasion with advantage. It's fun. Or performance, actually. I think probably performance. I think is maybe more what you're doing.
Performance is fun. It's a 19.
Mm-hmm. You see him. You've already seen that Azrael is quite prone to fits of emotion, and you see him rub the palms of his hands to his eyes.
are you all right?
Yes, yeah.
Do you need a minute?
No, it's beautiful. I'm very glad for you both. That's friendship is a rare treasure.
I take off the daisy chain and I give it to Azrael. As my lady gave this to me,
You can't give this to me.
I must give it to you. Because I see in you greatness, as she saw in me.
Michelle.
Azrael Levine, if I may call you your full name.
Well, that's my wife's name. I got confused. Levine is my wife's name, but I'll take it. Well, actually, I took her name when we were married, so technically she's Levine and I am Levine.
Levine.
No, that's her name. Sorry, but it doesn't matter. I'm very moved.
I give that to you.
Might it be okay if I give this?
Sure.
Thank you.
No, you must never lose it.
I will not. I swear it.
And then I take Azrael's hand. And I take...
Here is
Sure,
a
we
bond.
wanted us to come back.
Here is a bond that will never be broken. Thank you. Thank you. Right, sorry, where are we going?
Lost all track of what we were doing. Yeah, it's just such a nice night. I just kind of wanted a quiet moment to catch up with my friend, if that's okay.
I can give you a little space, but I can't go too far out. It would be a dereliction of duty if I were not close enough to help you.
Sure.
Azrael, please. These are private matters.
I'll face the other way. I'll face the other way. But this is my only job. You have to remember that. Michelle. We've not known each other that long, and I appreciate the daisy chain. But I have a rich life beyond this conversation. He sort of gestures over his shoulder. There's like a little kind of quiet nook in between a couple of buildings.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What now?
I don't know. This was your idea.
What? How did you put them in there anyway?
I don't know. I think it's going to be quite loud when I take them out. Everyone's going to hear.
Really?
I don't know. I didn't really think this through. You're
You're
having a
in-
conversation
How
with
did you
them.
get arrested?
We're going to have a conversation now out in the open. I've given the daisy chain to Azrael, Levine.
Not that meant anything or took me ages to make, but whatever. Get the...
I'll go and get it back off, Azrael, if you
No,
want.
it's
I'll
fine.
go back and say...
Fine. It's fine. We have more pressing matters at the moment to deal
No,
with.
because it seems like right now you are hyperfixating on that daisy chain, and I'll get it back off them. I think Azrael's going to be devastated. Absolutely devastated.
You just met him 5 minutes ago.
I was also hoping for more of an effect. I gave that to him, hoping that he'd move away. Now he's just standing up with his back to us.
Well, that's as much as he can do. He's going to get fired or worse if after we do what we're going to do. I assume.
Okay.
What do we do? How do you do your weird card?
I just call on the deck. Where are we? Where can I?
You are in like a nook between two buildings, near the Somnium Cluster. Above you are all these tree houses, suspended floor pulleys, and you're underneath those, and you're in the old, sort of the ground floor version of Haven, in among what you can assume are just sort of people's houses.
Azrael,
Yes.
is there anywhere more private than this?
Well, the most private places have been taken by the glow.
Where's where is Vigil right now?
He'd be resting in his chambers.
Is that's up?
Yes. Not this, at the in the nest.
Should we take a walk that way?
Oh, he'd be happy to see you, I'm sure.
I would love to see him.
Yes.
You have said great things about him.
He's wonderful. He really is.
Then let's go there.
And Azrael leads you back up the steps, twisting round the tree trunk. And you see at one point, you catch him looking at his wrist where the day's chasing it, and he mutters to himself more than anyone, I can't believe this.
I can't believe if Daisy's still alive.
Yeah.
They're sort of blighted, actually, at this point. And you go past those two guards who sort of give you a nod. And up from where you had your initial conversation with Vigil, with Nox, where I was, and where you had dinner, there is just across a little walkway a two-story treehouse at the peak. And he said, well, shall I knock for you?
Yeah, why not?
As you do, I'd like to stealthily just push the deck of many friends into your hand.
It is Azrael. I come with the midnight moon. And you hear hushed voices then descend into silence. Bring her in. The door opens. And you are in a large circular, or quite small really in terms of rooms you've been in, a circular room. And sat on one side of it, next to a table and chairs, are Nox and the leader of the Glow. They stand as you enter. You walk in with them.
With my head lowered, I loiter back a little bit.
And Azrael follows you in, shuts the door after you. Who are you?
I'm a great friend of the Midnight Moon. Michelle, Azrael can vouch for me.
He's a friend of the Midnight Moon. Vigil, she sent for him.
It's fine, Azrael. Yeah, it's a friend of mine.
Roll me deception. He rolled a nat 20.
26.
A friend.
I still have those.
He stands up. He walks towards you, staring at you, Michelle. And he looks to this leader of the Glow, Lilith, which is a name you've heard before, who draws this great, jagged sword. And Nox brings his hand up.
Don't. Stop.
He clicks. And that's where we'll take a little break.
Doug is wearing like a top next to me. You know when someone's energy is so tightly wound? That's Doug.
Please. Here at Natural 6, we are well acquainted with the simple pleasure of rolling a die. We do it all the time. Should Doug speak his intrusive thoughts out loud? Roll for it. Should Hollie hit me for encouraging Doug to roll a die to see if he should speak his intrusive thoughts out loud? Roll for it. Should Harry lovingly stroke my hair because I'm now crying because Hollie hit me very hard after successfully rolling a die to see if she should do so in response to me begging to roll a die to decide whether Doug should be able to speak his intrusive thoughts out loud? Roll for it! As clearly and not at all superfluously exemplified in this disturbingly detailed anecdote, with each roll of the die, the story gets richer, more fun, and more playfully violent. And certainly more random, just like the game we've been asked to tell you about. Lost in Random, The Eternal Die. This fun yet challenging roguelite adventure is set in the gorgeous dark fairy tale world of Random, where mastery meets chance. In Lost in Random, The Eternal Die, you will journey as Queen Alexandra, the once great ruler of Random, and her die companion Fortune, as they battle twisted foes across 4 randomly generated worlds, wield powerful relics and abilities, and roll the dice to overcome the nightmarish realms of Random's new villain, Mare the Knight. Much like Harry stroking me after Hollie comprehensively hit me for recklessly encouraging Doug to unleash verbal napalm, you engage in fast-paced, second-to-second combat that blends real-time action with strategic decision-making. Wield 4 unique and fully upgradable weapons, throw your die companion, and combine over 100 relics with powerful card-based abilities to unleash devastating synergies. This dark fantasy tale is set in an ever-changing world filled with mind-blowing secrets. So uncover them today. It's ridiculously fun and deliciously addictive, and the perfect way to play away the hours between blockbuster episodes of Natural 6. So what are you waiting for? Lost in Random, The Eternal Die is out now on PC via Steam, PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, Xbox Series X and S, and Game Pass. Get it today.
And we're back.
Oh my god.
We're back and we have a slightly different orientation. We said just before, if you can't see the lens can't see you. And here I am over the corner of a DM screen.
That's not a mini, that's a maxi.
It is a maxi. It's a maxi pad. It really is a maxi pad.
With wings.
With wings. So, first of all, just as a little disclaimer, what Mark has done here is so utterly wonderful and magnificent. However, the room I've specified you're in, which is the bottom of this highest one, is too small to get you all in. So we are just going to suspend our disbelief. I'm going to remove that top section, and we are going to place you in a section inside it, but we are going to imagine that we are still at the top.
Using the theatre of the mind, but
Darius!
Or in this case, physical theatre.
not of the mind.
Not of the mind, but of the movement.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
This is not the time to get the shakes from low blood sugar.
No.
Oh, that's so hot.
For those of you who are listening in audio,
Alex is now all false again.
it's a big ass tree.
It's a big ass tree house, yeah.
It's a big ass tree.
So if you look, you can see that currently Rads and Dolly are in there with Nox and Lilith, and Azrael is just outside the door.
Azrael Levine.
Azrael Levine.
Better not get hurt.
Don't be scared now.
Azrael's very chill.
Azrael, I tried to find the chillest
Do you know what I mean? Like
child of the Midnight
for those
Moon
who
I
can't
had.
see, he's got 1 foot up on a barrel, he's resting on his knee, and he's got a tankard, and he's just like, yeah, I'm having a good time.
He's got nothing to prove to anyone.
Yeah.
Nox, on the other hand, has just raised his hand and clicked his finger. Radiant, I would like you to make a Constitution saving throw as he casts Shatter.
Will we be using
Yes.
Lord
Oh
Samuel?
no, God, no.
Honey, I think the Lord has earned the right. It's whether or not you want to pay him that honor.
I think the Lord has done a lot of great things today, and the Lord will return. But now we're doing raw. And then when we
You're
get
raw
big,
dogging these
I'm
You're
rolls.
raw dogging,
these
and then
rolls.
once you've raw dogged a little, you'll return to the Lord.
Yeah. I stand by every word. 12.
12. That fails. He casts it at 3rd level.
Yeah.
That is 21 points of thunder damage. I do apologize.
I call in the deck of many friends.
The room fills with whispers, these strange sibilant sounds. And you hear what you've always heard, these sounds that swirl and whirl and coalesce until they become a name, but you hear 4 voices speak, 3 of which are the voices of I, of Kelnis, and of Elowin, as they all say, Erastus. And Erastus Gracie emerges from the deck, and alongside him are your companions. I'm going to put you in the mini.
Harry?
Harry won't answer any questions until he's off the table and back on the mic. So feel free to ask, but he's not ignoring you.
This is the Gloam spellcaster from House Grenweird, who for today is Erastus Gracie, because I didn't know you were going to do this, and I don't have a mini for him.
Oh.
That is a busy little room.
Yeah.
It is.
What was your question, Doug Cockle?
I wanted to,
Have cast Barkskin?
cast
That's fine.
Barkskin and bring Hank out on our way out.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. So I will put a little Hank in just a moment. What I would like everyone to do first is roll initiative. And I will roll for mine. Oh, Azrael. That is... Cool. Anyone get higher than a 20?
Me,
What'd you get?
22.
What's your dex modifier?
My dex modifier is +3.
Okay. Anyone get higher than a 15?
19.
And your dex modifier is?
+5.
18.
18. 18 for Dolly. 10 or higher?
12.
12. And then what do you get, Cal?
7.
7.
Whilst you're working that out. Hi. So, good news?
You is not going to believe this.
Well, you can see we're in a bit of a sticky situation right now, and I'm not doing too great, but that's pretty usual, right?
Everyone's an Erastus.
We've met.
Erastus. This is a would-be god.
And Erastus looks at Nox, this small man, and says,
A god.
Erastus, you're here because you tried to cheat death, right? That means you know the value of life, because you wanted more of it. Life is all we have. It's cruel, and it's hard, and sometimes it's unbearable. Sometimes people gamble with it over a deck of cards. But it's all we have. And it can't be given or taken lightly. And it means nothing until you find people to share it with. People that see joy or curiosity in something as small as a caramel. People who see all the wisdom of the world can fit into the bowl of a spoon. People who face their fears and stand as tall and proud as an oak. And people who look at you broken and messy and imperfect as you are, and still see value and worth, even when they can't see it in themselves. And if you really know the value of life, Erastus, as I do now, because of those people, then you know that would-be gods don't have the power and shouldn't have the power to take that away from anyone. So, if you want a life, you can take mine. Or you can do something good here today and save more than one.
roll me persuasion with advantage.
$22.
Okay, roll me a d4.
1.
Okay. Erastus looks at you and takes in your friends. And his hands go to his daggers. He looks at Nox and he's going to get one surprise round on Nox as a result of your speech. I'm going to roll his initiative, which is pretty dreadful, despite the fact he has a +8. Come on, Andy Farron, build better characters. I built it for him. What is he going to do?
Most powerful move imaginable.
Hide.
Ultra kill.
He is going to Erastus moves. Is there anyone within 5 feet of Nox? No, there is not. But he is going to just... I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to cast a spell. He has the magic initiate feat. And he is going to cast a spell at Nox. He reaches out his hand and he says, There is much power still in mortality. And this jet of lightning flies from his hand. Gonna make a ranged spell attack for him. That is 17, which hits, and he does 14 points of lightning damage to Nox. It's now Nox's turn. And Nox looks at you, Dolly. Dolly, you have me all wrong.
I don't think I did.
He takes in this.
I haven't seen anything.
He uses an. You remember? I don't know why you looked at me as if it's anything to do with me.
Because you made a sound that as if I was disturbing things.
No, I didn't.
I made that sound.
Do you think I have time to be disapproving? I'm running so many poor characters.
You always have time to be disapproving.
He is going to. He's going to use a 4th level spell slot. He's going to cast a spell. I'm going to say it can hit everyone apart from I. Everyone other than I, including Hank. Can you please make dexterity saving throws?
Can I cast counterspell?
You can.
Dex saving throw?
Hang on a second.
Counterspell.
Okay, so read me the language of counterspell.
In this version, you've got to take, I think it's a con save.
So I have to essentially make a concentration, like a con save against your spell save
Yeah,
DC.
I think it is. One, give me 2 seconds, and I'll just make sure that it is. But, yeah, con save.
Okay, against your DC.
Yeah.
He has a +1 to Constitution saving throws, and I have to. What is your DC?
15.
He has to roll a 14 or higher. He doesn't use the spell slot up if it fails. He rolls a 5, becomes a 6. You remember, Dolly, back in your early days, that a speciality of Nox's was card tricks. That it was find a lady and small-time cons, and that was how he made a lot of his money. And he brings this deck of cards out, sort of riffles through it, and he goes to throw these cards in this cone over all of you, and you can hear them start to whiz towards you and Erastus and everyone apart from all of your companions. And Radian throws up this energy, and the cards bounce as if hitting some sort of taut material and go back into his hand as one. And he sort of seems shocked by the force of it as it returns to him. You are full of surprises.
I'm just good at playing with cards.
It's Elowin's turn.
Before I do anything, I'm going to look at Dolly and say, do you still want that first hit? We've promised Erastus the last one.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I think I do.
So who else is in that room with us then?
Everyone.
I mean, literally. I genuinely can't see.
All the Grenwyd brothers are there.
All the Henrys. Lesota.
Yeah.
That purple-haired gnome for some reason.
Aska's sipping a wine in the corner, cheering us on.
Darlings, take your time.
So, you probably won't let me do this, if I'm being honest. I think it's 2 actions. I would like to hold action and grant the help action.
No, can't do both.
Fine, in which case,
Not with that action surging, anyway.
yeah, I'm not going to hold that. So, in which case, I am going to move next to Dolly, which I will just save that for now, because that's what
Marvellous.
there.
I think we might have to handle movement like that a little bit.
Yeah, so I'm going to move next to Dolly, and I'm going to hold action until anyone in that room does anything that I deem harmful to any of my allies.
So you need to tell me exactly what you're going to do as and when that happens. So the triggering event is anything that is harmful, so anything that does any kind of damage. Or anything that would control? Like, you need to give me various...
Yeah, basically anything that hurts, harms, manipulates, or in any way negatively...
So any sort of aggressive spell or aggressive movement other than just walking towards people, you are going to...
Attack.
It will trigger you and you will do a weapon attack, like a sword attack against...
I will do a weapon attack.
Okay, so a sword attack, right?
Yes.
A sword attack against whoever that is. Okay, if they are within range.
And to just check that means I can use my sword twice, right?
Yes, it means essentially you take your action, you're
yeah.
holding your action. That's certainly how we're going to do it.
Yeah, so that means my full action, right? So
Yes.
my bonus as well. Fine.
No, you can use your bonus. You can use...
I have nothing to do with
Gorgeous
it, quite
golden
frankly,
glorious.
because obviously anything you can really do with it is more action-based than both. Yeah, for me anyway.
That is your turn. Lilith is stood by the window, stood at the chair from which she has got out from as
Can I speak?
You can.
I'm sorry. Harvest is gone. And she's gonna point her dagger at Lilith and be like, take your revenge.
This changes things. He killed Parvis. This changes a lot of things.
Tough for him to hide in.
Yep. I would like to cast invisibility upon myself.
Yep.
And then I would like to use my bonus action to click my heels.
Yep. Roll a d10.
What the hell's my d10? There it is. 10.
Yep, you get 10 rounds.
Yep.
You should be fine.
Okay. And I would like to... What I want to try and do
Yeah, cool.
is move outside.
Yep, so for the benefit of those who are listening, this is a circular room, but outside it is a balcony that wraps around the entirety of it. So what I is looking to do, the character, not the me, is to sneak out of this room invisible and go around the outside to be able to go in through, to be able to shoot through a window or hide.
There are multiple windows.
Many windows.
Yeah.
So if the door is at 12, which window would you like to end up at?
I have movement to get to any one I want, basically.
You absolutely do.
I would like to get to the one right behind Lilith.
You might need to watch that microphone when you're stood up.
Yeah.
Okay, so I comes out, ends up here.
I comes out, ends up here.
So I leaves the room and is now peeping in through a window behind Lilith.
I have used every bit of my...
Every bit of your move, every bit of your turn.
Yep.
That is Lilith's turn. She takes in what the hell has just happened. The fact that I has disappeared, the fact that you have named her as a killer of Parvis. She reaches in to her cloak and she blows a glowing whistle. That is going to be, I'm going to call that a bonus action for her. Here's how this is going to work. At the base here, we have 4 members of the glow. In one round, at the end of this round, they will go up 1 level. It will take them 3 rounds to get here, and I will be putting them on the mini so you can see exactly where they are. So at the top of the order, I'm going to roll initiative for them now as a group. Oh, dear me. That one, not that one. Wow, I've knocked 2 dice into each other, both of which ended up with much, much worse results than previously. Which means that these guys have a 5.
rolled for you.
Okay. We'll have to miss it for this round, I'm afraid.
That's fine.
And then this is a...
Well, quick question. You probably wouldn't have come with me into the thing, so I probably wouldn't have you.
No,
so,
we wouldn't have you. No. If I can't have you, I don't want nobody. Cool. So that is that, and that, and that is that. Okay. So on initiative 20, they will
I can move them for you, just let me know.
Fabulous. Perfect. Lilith. She can only do this once a day. But I think you're perfectly set up for her to do it.
A big old stretch.
She really doesn't want to hit Nox. So it's going to hit... What?
I just do a flavor cantrip.
What do you want to do?
As I see her start to move, I just make a noise just going in both her ears, literally just going, just going, I seize you.
Yeah, it won't do anything.
No, I know. I just want him to be trying to fuck with her head.
So can I get dexterity saves from everyone apart from I, because she doesn't know where you are, and it's also not going to hit Erastus, but it is going to hit Azrael.
No.
No, please.
Dex save, yeah.
Dexterity saves, yeah. It is a DC 15.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
6.
8.
8.
Do I need to roll for Hank as well?
Yeah, I guess you do, actually. I can't... I can, actually. Dolly? 19. And Azrael failed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and Azrael. Remember yourselves, please, whether you failed or passed, because if you fail, you will take full, and if you pass, you will take half. 15. So that is... If it's full, 37 points of fire damage. She fills that whole side of the room with a fireball. If you take half, you take 18 points of fire damage.
Resistance. I'm gonna have.
So you take half.
I need to ask a very important question now. I have 19 hit points.
Yeah.
Can you...
I have... How much did you say that damage is?
37.
I have 37 hit points of damage. I have 37 HP max because of the blight.
But
it's fine. If I get hit for 37...
No, you'd have to go all the way down to minus 37, so you're fine.
Okay, good. I'd have to go to minus 37 in order to be dead.
Or to be dead permanently, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I'm very down.
Okay.
Is hold action a reaction?
Yes.
Fine. No, I was just thinking if I can use interception or not.
Well, read me Interception. That's probably a weapon attack.
Interception, all I have here is when a creature you can see hits another creature within 5 feet of you, an attack roll, you can take a reaction to reduce the damage dealt to the target.
They're not hitting with an attack roll, they're forcing a save.
Fine.
Oh, bless him, Azrael's also going to take...
No.
So 37, we're halving that to 16.
Azrael takes 37, so Azrael doesn't look good already.
So if you have resistance to fire,
If you have resistance to fire damage, you take half, so if you...
Is that half on top of the half?
Yeah, so it's
yes,
9.
so it's stacked.
So
Tell me who's got what, and I'll tell you what they take.
Well, Hank's immune to fire.
Okay, so he doesn't take anything,
Yeah.
and you...
I rolled an 8, so I failed the saving throw.
But you take 18 anyway.
But do I take 18 and then half again?
Why would you half again?
Because I'm resistant to fire
No,
damage.
that is 18 is with the resistance. Because
So
took
you,
Oh, you're right, yes,
you
yeah,
failed
yeah.
the save, so you were going to take it all.
That's a bit better.
And then
Yeah.
I've held action, so Just literally step out the fire and head straight for her.
Yeah. You can make your attack.
That is 18.
Yeah, hits.
So that hits for 9.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch. That's a 26.
Yeah.
So that hits for 10.
Mm-hmm.
And that hits for like 24 something. It's in the 20s.
It hits, yeah.
And that hits for 7.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll use my bonus action to second wind and step back towards Dolly.
Yeah, great. So that's 26 damage total. Dolly, that is your turn.
I'm gonna look back to it and cast Healing Word at 3rd level, which would be it's double now, right?
Yeah, so it's 2d4 per level, I think.
Yes.
Is that right? So it'll be
yes.
it'll be 6d4 plus your spell casting modifier. Did you think you really thought you died from it, didn't you?
Because I thought that if it's you get hit by the amount. That
No,
it's
if so say for example if you had 9 HP as your max HP, and I hit you with something that did 18 damage, enough to take you to 0 and then down to the minus of your max HP.
Great.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure people will tell me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of it,
Great.
and that's how.
And that's the way we're going to play it. Yeah.
It's 19.
19.
That's good.
He's back, baby. It's like he never went away. The oft dead.
I'm never going to get used to that.
I feel like you are used to it by now.
Dolly, that is if you still have your action available, should you choose to use it.
Just gonna pull out my dagger, look towards Nox, and be like, 9 years ago, this is your last chance to tell me the truth.
Roll me a persuasion check.
18.
He looks at you. He shrugs his shoulders. He says, I didn't want to do it.
But you did.
But here we are.
Fine.
That is Erastus's turn. Is anyone within 5... None of you have got yourselves within 5 feet. Oh. You are not incapacitated.
No.
You're within 5 feet of her. You're through the wall.
Right behind it.
Yeah. I'm going to rule that means he can take sneak attack. So Erastus is going to make an attack against Lilith. He rolls a 16, which just hits, and he is going to make an attack with his dagger, and he is going to. No, he's not. He's going to make an attack with his. He's going to make an attack with his dagger, and he's going to burn 1 sneak attack die in order to use the to make her try at least and trip her. So he's going to roll the damage for the dagger, and then he is going to roll the damage. We're going to force her to. He's going to roll his sneak attack damage. Rogues are fun. So that is 8 damage from the dagger initially. He's then going to use 3 of these. 2 of these, sorry, I should say. No, just 3. Didn't roll very well on that. That's another 9. And then he is going to force her to make a dexterity saving throw as he tries to trip her. And if she fails, she will be prone. She has a +2. She rolled a 19, which becomes a 21, so she is not tripped. But you watch, and Erastus moves kind of wraith-like. It's almost like It's like he doesn't fully have a physical form, even here. You hear whispers, and it's like mist. You've never really seen anyone from the deck do anything other than stand there. and he moves in this way that it's somewhere between a solid and a gas, almost, the way he moves. I'm going to move him over to that side. That is Radian's turn.
I looked at Lilith and I go, don't use fireball. That's my thing. And I am going to do an attack roll.
Keep your cards close to your chest. What?
19.
19. What? Yeah, hits. What are you attacking?
I'm going to do chromatic orb at level 3.
Great.
And so a
Is that 5d8?
That's 5d8.
Make that baby
So I
bounce.
feel like it was right not to say you were doing chromatic orb before doing it, because every time
you do it, you curse it.
Yes,
you can't
I
call
feel like
it.
just rolling it.
It's like
Saying was the right
chromatic
move.
orb's like a cat. If you tell it you're trying to get close, it'll be like, what did you
Don't say that I'm trying to do that. I'm just trying to have a nice time. I roll for a nice time.
You maintain eye contact with the spell Misty Step
Yeah.
while getting closer to chromatic orb.
Can I get some d8s, please?
Oh, you best believe you can.
Give me a d8.
How many do you
1,
need?
2, 3, 4. I mean, that's too many now, guys.
Well,
Just 5.
has-
It's
it
fine.
needs
1,
five.
2,
Yeah,
3,
okay.
4, 5.
Make it bounce.
Can Dolly get her D8?
Oh, sorry,
It's very
darling.
stressful when you
We're
don't.
going it through here?
Yeah. Go on, my lord.
Wait a second. Is this true in the new one? Is it 2? It's 3, isn't it? It's 3 of a kind.
Is it?
You sure?
I thought it was 2.
2 numbers and it bounces.
So, there's an exciting new thing that happens with Chromatic Orb, and because Ben never ever hits with Chromatic Orb, even though we've been playing with these new rules for, I'm going to say,
but yeah.
well over 6 months.
Yeah.
This has never happened, so we're just going to check exactly how it
Yes,
works.
if I roll the time saying on 2 or more of your d8s, the orb leaps to a different target of your choice within 30 feet of the target. Make an attack roll against a new target.
Would you like to do that against Azrael or against...
Don't you hurt our boy.
So you want to
He's
make an
picking
attack
Azrael.
against... yeah, he's picking Azrael.
Firstly, I would
He's picking
like,
I, which is insane.
But not,
Also, he's invisible.
not out of character.
I would like 12, 15, 22. I would like Lilith to take 30 points of damage.
Okay, she is going to use her reaction to cast Hellish Rebuke. Can you make a dexterity saving throw, DC 15?
Dex save,
Yeah.
16.
Oh, you take half. And she rolled a 2 and a 1. So you get 1 point of fire damage because it's halved.
I now get to do the attack roll again.
Against Nox. I panicked there that I'd revealed his name. I was like, everyone knows, Harry. I've got so many versions of this game with different people around the
For
table.
reasons
So it
also.
automatically hits.
Pardon?
The bounce automatically hits.
Oh wait, roll gets to make a new damage roll. Yeah,
Can you damage roll?
Yeah.
Jeez.
For how many of the die? For all of them?
Make an attack roll against the new target.
Make an attack roll against the target.
Yeah, 22.
Hits.
That's delicious.
Fuck him up.
Oh.
Every other time you've used it and it has hit, everyone else has been dead. So there's been no one
No
for
one
it to
believes
bounce
that he's
to.
ever hit.
No one believes that it can bounce, but he keeps telling us about it.
It's bounced again. Okay. Wow, this is fun. 10, 14, 16, 24. This flame is bouncing around.
And and you can you go back to the original? We're going to say for this fight that you can, because this is
Says,
fun.
The orb can leap a maximum number of times equal to the level of the spell slot expended, and it's at level 3, so we can go one more time.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This one is less good. It's 14.
That does not hit. So you watch as this mote of fire slams into Lilith, and then, you kind of shield your eyes against the blast of it, and it swipes across this small wooden room, slams into Nox, and then goes back towards Lilith, but it's almost like when you watch an ember from a fire leap out and die, and it curls into smoke and ash and drops to the ground at Lilith's feet.
Huh, so you could actually do it.
Yeah, it looked cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I'll give you that one. That looked cool.
That's Kelnis's turn.
Okay. Where is everybody now?
They're pretty much where you left them. We haven't done a lot of movement.
Where's Lilith? I can't see everybody on. Lilith is here.
That's actually quite hard for us to see where we are because it's she's right
Girl on
against
fire.
the wall.
Who's between me and Lilith?
Erastus.
Okay. I am going to. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray at Lilith.
Mm-hmm.
And +8 to hit.
And how many of the rays are you throwing at her? All of
All
them?
3.
Great. Why don't you roll all 3 at once with 3 d20s and you can just see if they all hit. And then you can roll all the damage as a bundle.
So I've got a 27, a 19, and a 25.
Yep. These are hit.
Do they hit, sir?
Yeah, they do hit, madam.
Sir, please, can I have a hit?
For the record of people watching, I'm glad that the final roll failed because you can only hit one creature once.
There we go.
So-
I thought that might be the case, but I thought it was too much fun the first time round to worry about how rules.
Oh, it would have been your call of the
narratively,
friends.
the dice tell the story for
yeah.
us.
So, well, I mean, I tell you, Sir Samuel stepped in as an invigilator and said, no.
He said, no,
Thank
I'm
God
a lord
someone's
now.
I am a lord now.
Have some decorum in this
I
house.
have courtly standards to uphold, he said.
Order! Oh,
How do you want me
Lord
to do
Samuel.
this? Because I've got 2d6 for each ray.
Yeah.
But each ray also gets a d8 extra damage for enhanced bond with Hank.
For each ray, or for when you cast the spell, can you just read me enhanced bond, just to make sure? 'Cause
Whenever you cast a spell that deals fire damage or restores hit points, while your wildfire spirit is summoned, roll a d8, and you gain a bonus equal to the number rolled to 1 damage or healing roll of the spell.
Okay, so
it's only for one ray.
It's for one ray. I will say with Scorching Ray, you can nominate the ray before you roll it, and I'll let you change it once. So the damage is equal to. Oh no, you just roll the die, right?
You're confusing him.
I'm confusing you.
I think it's. I think I know it's 3 rays, but it's 1 spell.
Yeah.
So I think maybe what I do is I roll for each ray,
Yeah.
and then I roll 1 d8 and
Yeah.
add that to each.
No, I don't think not to
Damage?
each one.
No?
No.
The tagline would be 3 rays, 1 spell. No problem.
Let me have a quick look at it. You roll the damage for them initially.
Ray Liotta.
She's a tiefling, right? So she's got
Trace.
resistance as well.
She would technically, but I've already screwed that up on 1 round, so I'm just going to ignore it for now.
Mine is acid
Six.
damage.
If it's the
If it's the Witcher die, then
dies,
the wolf symbol is the
Yeah.
6.
Yeah. So you just add a d8. You just add a d8.
To one of the damage rolls.
Well, it doesn't matter because it's all cumulative. So just add it.
She's eating it all, isn't she? So it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
irrelevant.
She's munching on that ray.
She's eating them rays.
Okay, so I've got.
So if you were firing at 3 different people, you could be like, I'm gonna target them, and them, and for them I want to add my enhanced bond. But as they're all going for the same person.
Okay. So I got 5, 10, 16.
1,000 points of damage. That's insane.
So it's 24 damage plus 3, so 27 damage total.
Wow, she's looking hurt.
So yeah, you just see Cal just goes, and 3 fiery rays blast into Lilith's chest, and then Hank spits a fire seed at her.
Okay.
The great thing when Doug does this, he's actually not moving the dice.
Yeah, he
he's
does-
just
he
he's
just
just holding it
oscillates.
there. Yeah.
It's like he's trying to check if a creme brulee's
Set,
yeah.
That's an 18 to hit.
Hits.
1d6 plus 3. Oh, plus
Proficiency bonus.
yeah, plus 3. 5.
5.
So an additional 5.
Okay. Yeah. If only I'd remembered that tieflings are fire resistant, but we're too late in the day. We're too late in the day for that.
So much fire being flying
so
around
much
this
fire
very
being
small space
That
for Elowen.
is.
Very flammable too.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. It's warm,
That is
warm
the,
for Elowen.
That is the gloam's turn at the bottom. So actually, I may as well just bring them up now. That's what I'll do. We bring them up and just put them on that balcony nearest you.
Here?
No. So they're going to do stop.
Sorry.
The lowest balcony you can see.
This one.
That one.
A little bulk.
So that is first round. The next round, they'll get up to the main balcony, and the third round, they'll be able to be in the room and start doing some stuff, if they get there in time.
They won't.
Freshly bowed.
That's a promise. Oh, nice. Love that, Wilson.
Sweet bulk.
That is Azrael's turn.
You.
Well, Nox hasn't hurt any of you,
He tried.
but he hasn't.
And I like that you tried. I love that you had a go.
Oh yeah, but you are the god. He hasn't hurt Dolly. I'm going to say, as far as Azrael is concerned, this is very bad.
Don't do this, Azrael.
Have you dropped disguise self?
He's gonna step into the room, and he's gonna try and hack his way to Dolly to get her out, because he doesn't want her to be in here. And the person in his way immediately is Kelnis. And you hear him give a sort of ah! And he's gonna stab into Kelnis twice with a longsword. The first is a nat 1, and the next is a 12.
Both miss.
Both miss. You see this happen, Dolly. And he looks terrified. He's just trying to get in and get you out, and he's sort of trying to reach a hand for you across this crowd of people, and just they're not very effective stabs. It's more about him just trying to get you out of there.
Does he move past me as he's doing this?
No, not with a nat 1 and not when he's doing that badly, I don't think. Go back to the top of the order. That is Nox's turn. He looks at you, Dolly, and he says, "This isn't you. You're not yourself." And he's going to cast Confusion. Confusion works in a 10-foot sphere centered at a point that you choose within range. He chooses a 10-foot sphere which hits Dolly, Kelnis, and Radiant.
Counterspell.
Okay, he has to beat the save again. DC 15. He makes a con save. No, it's a spell, a con save, yeah?
Con save, yeah. DC 15.
Rolls a 3. Still doesn't use that slot. He's really trying. But he does waste the action. What else can he do? What can he do as a bonus action? I tell you what he does. He looks at Dolly and he says, "You'll hurt these people. Just like you hurt everyone who has ever reached out and tried to love you." And he uses unsettling words, which is a College of Eloquence bard, the best bard, College of Eloquence bard ability. Then he expends the use of bardic inspiration, and you have to take a D8 from the next saving throw you make before the start of his next turn.
Fucker.
You're rubbish at rolling anyway, so that's fine.
I've been doing
Right, just because you're on a high,
I've never known anyone get so confident so fast, having not done that well until maybe 90 minutes ago.
I temper yourself ever so slightly.
I have gone down as well.
I'm on your side.
If Radian was made of chocolate, he'd eat himself. He really would. That is Elowen's turn.
I'm going to continue going at Lilith.
Okay.
She is the one that is in front of me. And that hits for 24.
Hits.
And that hits for 8.
Okay.
And that hits for 26.
Yep.
And that hits for 11.
Yep.
And that is 21.
Yep.
And that hits for 7.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to action surge.
Okay. She is like, as you start cutting into her and stabbing into her in this sort of frenzy of short sword and dagger and short sword, she's trying to deflect. She has this great, almost serrated sword, and she's trying to deflect and trying to move away from it and trying to keep you at bay. And more of your hits are getting through, and the gloam cloak is starting to get tattered, and you see spurts of blood start to come from her arms and her chest and her torso as these hits are scoring, and each one seems to be scoring more than the one before. You've action surged.
19.
Yeah.
That hits for 7.
Mm-hmm. Elowen.
I look her dead in the eye, and I say, that's one more gloam down to one more Grenweird.
Sick.
And I quite like that sword, if you don't mind. And I flip my Grenweird dagger, grab her shoulder, spin her around, straight between her shoulder blades.
And as you do that, she turns to the window. She turns and she's staring out the window towards the world beyond. And you are invisible, but you are stood right there. Should you want to drop it for flavor, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
I look straight past her at Elowen and goes,
That was not yours. It was never yours.
and then I turns to Donnie and says,
Just as you once like, the final blow cannot be yours.
We'll see.
Her eyes widen beneath the mask, and then they close, and she drops to the floor. That is your turn. I'm going to take her out.
Yep.
Lilith, more like
Kill it.
Oh, Ben, you're a darling.
Oh my God, he's on.
With my apologies to Mark, I just broke her crossbow as I brought her out of there. So well done.
no.
She didn't need it.
She didn't need it. She didn't need it. Where's she going?
Hell.
Hell.
Well, the version of hell.
Here it is.
I'm gonna run.
I do ask you to make fiddly boys and girls, Mark. I really do.
I'm gonna run all the way around there.
Yep.
So I'm gonna literally say over Dolly's shoulder, I say,
You does not understand. If you takes the life, Erastus will still take yours.
and then I'm going to run a little further around here, and there are 2 children right here.
Oh yeah, very good. I hadn't thought about those two.
And
For the record, they're not actually children.
Oh yeah, children of the midnight moon.
They're not actually children. I is not about to use children.
hold on, actually.
children.
Is Azrael within 5 feet of Elowen behind her at the door?
Is he within 5 feet of Elowen? He's within 5 feet of Calnus.
Oh, well, so he's gone in.
Yeah, so he's actually gone in. I just can't really fit him in there.
I don't know who he is. He's a random person making
Random
his
baddie who tried to
way
stab
in to get you.
Cal.
Yeah, we didn't have speakerphone when we were in the cards, so we don't know what you guys are talking about.
So I will take a shot with advantage. He's within 5 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it is a 27.
Yeah, hits.
Yay. Okay. One sec. 6. I mean, that's only 7 for my main attack, but then 4d6 for sneak attack is 6.
That'll do it. 6 will do it. That's how much he had left.
I fires a bolt as he's running towards Dolly. It goes straight through the back of his skull, and he just all his momentum.
You see him. I'm going to say, if you'll allow me, that you, Dolly. He's still looking at you. He's still reaching a hand out, and you see him you see this bolt appear, and then he just sort of drops, still looking at you. That is
Tragic.
that was Lilith's. that was Lilith's turn. It's now Dolly.
These guys on the balcony.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run out towards them. I'm gonna lean over the balcony at the top here.
Yep. I'm going to move you there while you tell me what you
That's
do.
fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna shout down to them. Get everyone you can. Get them out here. There's something really important they need to see. As many people as possible. Wake them up if you have to. And I'm gonna cast suggestion.
Yep. They have to make a wisdom save, right?
Yes.
That's the first one. The first one gets a 14.
It's a fail.
And the other one rolls a nat 1.
Yep, they both fail.
I love suggestion.
So they oh, of course, and they're going to just start running down the stairs. It's going to take them 2 rounds to get to the bottom from where they are, but they're on their way. That is Erastus' turn, who looks at Nox and says, "Well, it appears you are without friends." He is going to use a cantrip because it'll do more damage than his regular attack because he can't get sneak attack damage on him. So he just walks towards him, puts a hand out, and casts Chill Touch and touches Nox on the chest. And you see this necrotic energy start to fan out from his hand. And Nox looks at him and smiles and pushes it back into the hand somehow. "I don't think you understand what you're dealing with." And Erastus takes a step back. He looks shocked. That is his turn. That's now Radian's turn.
I cast. Could you do a wisdom saving throw, please?
For Nox, of course.
For Nox, please, yeah.
17 becomes a 19.
It passes. So I'm going to do 3d8 damage.
What is it?
Take
What's the
half.
spell?
It's Mind Spike.
Mind Spike, cool.
Give a D8, please.
Should get more. I do have d8. Thank you. Is that it?
Oh, sorry.
That's a.
Yeah, grabbed the wrong one. This one. Exchange. And you've
got those. These are d10s. I don't know why I've got those. Sorry, apologies.
That's your one anyway. We've really messed this up.
I don't know where my d8s are.
Oh, that's a D8.
Yeah, Doug was right. We were wrong.
Do you need a d8?
No, we just couldn't do diamonds.
Thank you. That's not bad. Half of 17
is in this case 8 because we round down.
Yeah.
He brings his hands up to his head, Nox, and you see this sort of. He looks. He sort of drops to a knee for a moment.
Yeah.
And then recovers, but doesn't manage to bring himself back up to his full height.
Mm-hmm.
He looks hurt. Kel.
I am going to. As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on Radian.
Mm-hmm. What level?
Level
10th.
10th level. I was casted. There are only 9 levels of spells, but in this case, I think it's so important to the story that we cast a 10th level healing word.
Just so we can lose it all again.
I become a god.
And Erastus goes, wow,
Erastus
you promised
goes
me.
crazy, immediately kills you.
At level 1, so it's 2d4 plus 5, and then plus a d8 because of Enhanced Bond. Yes, sir.
Cool. Can I just... Whenever you do... Oh, yeah, restores hit points. That's cool. I didn't know that about Enhanced Bond.
I know, I forgot all about it.
Yeah, so it's fire damage or whenever you...
Or you can choose.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
cool. It's both. It's
Oh.
both. Whenever you deal, you cast a spell that deals fire damage or restores hit points, while your Wildfire Spirit is summoned, roll a d8 and you gain a bonus equal to the number rolled on to 1 damage or healing roll on the spell.
Give it me, baby.
That's
So it's
nice.
10 plus 7, so 17.
Wowee, I'm
You
getting
got
on
to
there.
26. 36.
I'm on 19, so yeah, 36. That's basically full health.
Yeah, it's 1 off. God, you need to sort your blight out. Sort
Oh,
your
no,
blight
really,
out,
it's
mate.
starting to
Sort
really-
your blight out.
And then I'm going to turn and face the door, looking for threats coming in.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Hank to kindly spit a fire seed at Nox.
Yep. Make the attack.
Can you please?
It's very good.
So
He
if you would-
acquiesces immediately. He's been taking. You've both been taking lessons from Lord Samuel.
That's a 13. So
That misses. That is now these glomes' turn that are making their way up. So I can
Get it.
do this, and what we'll do is we'll.
Up here.
They're going to meet the people on the way down.
Sorry, for people that know,
Excuse me.
Milton is under the table. So if you see me and Doug getting really excited, Milton's come
Oh,
for
you broke him.
Milton's come for cuddles.
He's
Keeps-
really, yeah.
He keeps nuzzling on my leg.
It's
I think,
lov-
I think it's because I've got a little bit of nervous energy
Yeah, I
under the
think you can
table.
tell.
Yeah, our feet are twitching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Replace it with
For flavour, my dog is under the table.
Harry,
Don't worry.
what? Replace it with one of the ones you just took off for like.
I can do, but for now he's. Yeah.
It's fine.
He's fine.
He's good.
Yeah, good.
When I bring him into the space, I'll do that. Okay, so the gloam are now one round away, and
You brought it outside.
the children of the Midnight Moon are one round away from the base. It was Azrael's turn. Back to the top of the order.
Could I have heard what I had said about the?
Yeah, I think you can have heard that.
Can I, for some flavour? What do you mean? What did you offer him?
The only ways he would take it is if the final blow was his. That is the only way the deal is done.
What happens if he doesn't get the final blow?
Goodbyes to Dolly.
That is Nox's turn. He's trying lots of different stuff, man. He only has eyes for Dolly in all of this. And he disappears.
Damn it.
He casts a spell to disappear. I will say that. He's invisible. That is Eloin's turn.
I am going to hold action until he reappears.
Okay.
Or he does damage and I think I know where he might be so that I have some idea of where I would be attacking.
Okay. In any event, even if he is when he's invisible,
It's
the only way you can do it is to roll with disadvantage.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You're holding until he reappears, essentially, or unless you get a sense of him. Although mechanically, it won't make any difference.
Yeah.
Okay. That is Ai's turn.
I would like to move to. So they're going to be coming up here.
Yeah, they will be coming up these steps. Onto
I would
the
like to
platform.
move to the top of the steps and hide and hold my action to wait until I see the first one come running round.
Yeah.
Bam.
Cool.
And to hide. Yeah, it's a 21.
So is reliable talent something you cast or it's just a
happens.
thing?
It just happens. Reliable talent is crazy, and with
Wild.
expertise, it's even crazier. So I crouches down next to the balustrade, hides himself, waiting for these gloam to emerge. And when they do, which will be on their round, I'll let you take a shot at one of the four. You can have a look at them and tell me which one you want to try and hit. That is Dolly's turn.
So she went out and was shouting over the railing.
Yes. Oh, so he didn't look at you. I do
No.
apologize.
But maybe she. But I'm going to turn back into the room, and if anyone looked at her, it's like a veil's come down over her face. She's going to look around the room and be like, Vigil. Let's do it. Varun. I'm tired of being a fly. And she's going to hold out her hand. Trust.
Persuasion. It's going to be contested against his insight.
No.
Ooh, careful.
No way.
It's a dirty 20.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Oh my god.
You want to step into that space where you think he last was.
Yeah. And I'm gonna hold out my hand for him and be like, trust.
You feel a hand in yours. And you hear a voice, and he's close to you, he's in your ear. He says, "Do you have a way of getting us out of here?"
I'm gonna turn to my friends. Catch me. I'm gonna look up. And a crescent moon's gonna glow on my forehead. I'm gonna cast Dimension Door. I'm gonna take him with me.
Okay. Okay. And how far up are you going?
Pretty high.
You have a range. You look out the window, I guess.
Mhm.
You have a range of 500 feet.
Not quite that far, but, you know, enough to be pretty deadly.
From the height of where we are now,
Mhm.
maybe down to the base of the tree.
Mm-hmm. If they looked up, they'd see like a white light, almost like a moon
Mhm.
in the sky.
Well, there is a roof on this space, so
Mhm.
you can't look directly up, but you can look out the
I
window.
sees it.
You can look out the window, and I'll say you can appear at the level of the top of the nest, which again would be extra from where we're actually seeing it. So I'm going to call that 10, 20. I'll call it 60 feet.
Okay.
But you can try it. You can go higher if you want.
What's a deadly amount of fall damage?
Well, it caps.
Yeah.
Full damage caps. So let me just look this up. Up to a maximum of 200 feet, which is you take 1d6 of bludgeoning damage per 10 feet fallen, and you fall at a rate of 500 feet per round. So you immediately hit the deck from wherever.
Okay. From wherever.
From wherever. Like, I don't really love that you fall at 500 feet per round. That seems incredibly fast, but it is over 6 seconds. So yeah, you can go. I'm going to say you can't mechanically see 500 feet up because of the canopy of the trees. But I'll say you can go anywhere up to, say, 100 feet before you hit the canopy.
Okay. So they wouldn't have a chance to do anything.
You're not going to. You can. I'm trying to think about the logistics of what you can actually see out of these windows, because the way this space is set out, you can see out on a level, but it's very difficult to see up enough that you could look directly. I mean, you can. I'll say for flavour, because this is cool as hell. You can take him out of a window. You can look out of a window, up. Tell me exactly what you want to do, and I'll tell you if it's possible.
Well, I'm taking him out of the fight basically, and I'm gonna hopefully kill him with the fall damage and not myself, because I'm asking these guys to do something about it.
So how high do you want to be? And I'll tell you.
I don't know, however much it can give them a chance to enter.
They're not going to be able to catch you.
Okay.
They can help you. They can get down and help, but it's going to take them rounds to get down, just like everybody else. And they might encounter Gloam on the way down.
So they can't cast any spells or anything on the way down?
If there's a spell that's a reaction, or it's someone who hasn't yet taken their turn, which is Erastus, Radian, and Kel are after you in the order, so they would all have a chance to do something.
Okay. Well, then that's what we're doing.
Okay. How many tens of feet do you want to drop from?
I don't know, whatever we said, 60 was it?
Yeah, let's do 60. So can you roll me 6d6?
$23.
23. So you take Nox's hand, and he says, "Do you have a way of getting us out of here?" And you watch Dolly disappear. And then you see her out the window. And you watch as she drops and she seems tangled up with something. and then they're out of sight.
And then I'm going to, because I held my action till I knew where Nox was,
Yeah.
and he took Dolly's hand.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use my action to shout help action at Radian and say, don't let her fall.
Okay. Okay.
Because I'm going to hope you've got something that you can do.
Okay. That's Erastus's turn, who looks at looks at Kel, because you're the only one in the room who doesn't currently seem to be dealing with this, and said, we had a deal. That is his entire turn. We now go to Radian's turn.
You still have a deal. And this is how we do it. What I would like to do is I would like to convince Erastus that we are going to capture us back into the cards. And Nox is going to fall.
You want to try and convince Erastus to bring Dolly into the cards.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to basically, and see how mechanically we would like, if this is possible to work, is to basically, as she's falling,
Yeah.
I will move into the air as she falls,
Yeah.
and then we will capture her in the cards. I will call on the deck of many friends mid-air.
You can Misty Step to her, can't you?
I will Misty
Of course.
Step to her.
Okay, I'll
Then
say
I
that
will-
because you can't get through these windows, they're barred.
No, yeah, I
So
will
you Misty Step out to the level where she is falling.
Yes.
You grab hold of her.
And I call on the deck of many friends.
And you call on the deck of many friends.
Which Dolly has.
Which Dolly has, which is fine because it's within the same space as Radiant. And you want to try and convince Erastus to put the two of you in the deck.
Yes. And then you will have your death.
Roll me a persuasion check. You can roll this persuasion check with advantage thanks to the help action.
Yeah.
But it's a DC 20.
Mm-hmm.
So you roll a persuasion check with advantage.
So I have to get a natural. Well, I have
You
to
have
get.
to get. Well, what do you have as your plus to your persuasion?
1.
Okay. So it's very, very difficult, but it's not impossible. You need a 19 or a 20. You have listen, because you have advantage, you have a 1 in 10 chance, I believe, of hitting this. There are 2 numbers, which regularly would give you a 1 in 10. But you're rolling with advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's figure it out.
First one is a
9. It fails.
fails.
Is that?
It fails.
Am I next in the initiative? Are we still playing initiative?
You are.
knows?
You are. Tell me what you want to try and do.
Dragonflight. I see Dolly appear in the air. Remember I said I was looking out the door?
Yes, yep.
I see Dolly appear in the air and begin falling, and 2 golden flaming wings sprout from my back.
Oh, dragonfly. I was like, you can't turn into a dragonfly,
Dragonfly.
honey.
And also, what a
And
wild thing to suggest to even turn into at this point. And
I thought he was going to try and turn Dolly into a dragonfly, and I was like, that's
No.
cool. You can't do it. What a fun
yeah.
idea.
Dragonfly.
Okay, I'll say you can cast fly.
Yeah. Well, it's not a spell. It's just.
Sorry,
it's
I'll
just
say
an
you
ability.
can use that ability to make those wings come out your back. But
Yeah.
I need to introduce, because this is happening so fast,
Yeah.
I need to introduce an element of rolling into this.
Yeah, of course.
So you need to make me an acrobatics check to get to Dolly and essentially wrench her away from Nox and allow him to fall. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to call this, again, a DC 20. You have high dex, right?
Yeah, but I only have a +3 on.
Okay. So a 17 or higher.
Okay.
What is it?
It's 21.
21.
So these wings, these fiery golden wings sprout from Kel's back, and he runs and he leaps over the balustrade, and he swoops down, and he reaches for Dolly, and wraps his arms around her, and then flaps up. And the idea being that as he arrests his fall with Dolly in his arms, there's a jerk. So whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything there. I didn't see.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Nox.
Nox go invisible.
Yeah.
I just know that I see Dolly falling, so I grab her, and I arrest.
I'm going to have Nox make a dexterity saving throw to try and cling to Dolly's leg. I'll call this a DC 20 as well. He has +7 to acrobatics. He's an acrobatic boy. You know.
Oh God.
He rolls a 7, becomes a 14.
Not that
Nox
acrobatic.
falls. And as Kel soars up with Dolly, you watch as his body slams into the ground at the base of this tree. And you see everyone look down. You see the Gloam look down. You see the children of the Midnight Moon who are almost at the base.
Oh, they didn't get a chance to tell people. No.
But they didn't. But Nox falls to the ground. And his body suddenly becomes visible. Broken and cracked. And then as you watch, it starts to move. And mushrooms start to force their way out of his eye sockets, his mouth. His arms are overtaken by it. And with this, you can hear this fibrous growth happening within his body, even 60 feet above it. And this creature made of somnium, with Nox's face and hands still captured inside it, stands up
Oh, your girl was not ready for a phase change.
and looks
Oh my god.
up towards, I'm going to say Kelnis and Dolly, who are hovering up at the level of the balcony.
I knew you didn't have much room for personal growth.
Hey!
You still has your kill, pale skin.
And Erastus Gracie smiles. That is the Gloam's turn, who are running up. They have seen this. They've seen this occur. But what I'm going to say, because you held your action, I'm going to say they see it occur from the base of the stairs, so you can get your shot in. Right. This gentleman's going to be replaced. Did not pass muster. Well, he did. He did. He fought the Battle of House Grenweird. He's a very brave boy.
Fucking idiot.
I mean, he didn't. He just the mini has been used more than once. We've got to save some money.
Subscribe to our Patreon.
I'm sorry, Milton. I mean, it's mainly your fault, but also I did touch you.
Let me see. There you
We've got to move Dolly and Cal out of the
Where's Radiant?
stairs as well, don't we?
Still there.
Still there. We're just going to imagine that we can see. Oh,
Just imagine they're
just imagine they're 60 feet up in the air. So there are 3 with sort of swords and 1 that seems to have some kind of staff that are running up the staff. Okay. Make an attack and you're hidden so you can get your sneak attack damage.
19 plus 9, so 28.
Yep. Hits.
3, so 9 for my main attack.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 5, 9, 12, 15.
Plus another 15. Cool. Hey Milton, it's nice to have you here.
He's another mini.
A la table. He is. We go around to the top of the order. That is these new cards that I need.
Phase 2.
This thing that once was Nox reaches a hand up towards Dolly and Kelnis, and I'd like you to both make DC 17 strength saving throws. 14.
22.
22. So I'm going to say, even though you are touching each other, I'm not going to allow one pass to make the other one pass. So, Dolly, you are restrained, which I'm going to say means that you drop her, Kel, although you are not restrained yourself, so you don't also fall out of the air. It's these... We're going to flavor it as these mushrooms, this fungal network that spreads out across you. That kind of lace-like fungus, almost like a spider's silk, that just entombs you. You manage to shrug it off, Kel, but in doing so, you are unable to hold on to Dolly. And Dolly, you are going to drop restrained to the ground. I'm going to roll some damage for you. It could be worse. 14 bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground. There's a lot of ones in there. But you fall, I'm going to say you fall down at the feet of this, or not at the feet of.
You're in there.
You're already there on the floor. We'll just imagine that you're a little closer. And then Kelnis remains 60 feet up in the sky.
Dolly.
So he now has that many of that left. That he's then going to take. He's going to use a bonus action. And just as you reached a hand out to him, he's going to reach a hand out to you. A great mushroom fibrous arm. And as he reaches it out, you see that Nox's true hand is still within that arm, and that hand appeals for you as well. And out of the palm of this new limb, this mushroom fungal limb, comes this spray of spores which stinks of somnium. I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw. DC 17.
13.
You are now under his control. You are charmed by him. And you hear like an echo inside your head. This is what I was always meant to be. That is Elowen's turn.
I suppose at this point I'd probably rush outside to look down. As far as I'm concerned,
Yeah,
just
I'll do
launch
that for
themselves
you.
off the end. Oh, I can do it, sorry. That wasn't
No, I thought it was a good opportunity for me to move and not talk while you were talking.
How far down is that?
60 feet.
60 feet.
Yeah, we're calling it 60 feet.
I'm assuming shouting anything doesn't take either my action or my bonus
No,
action.
not at all.
And I guess I just shout, if someone can get me down there real quick, now's the time. And I suppose I'm going to make a beeline for the stairs with
Yep.
the rest of whatever movement I've got.
I'm going to say you can get to where I is.
Yep.
But there are gloam
It's fine.
coming up
I
those
guess
stairs
I've
towards you.
got to go straight through them if
Yep.
I can't find another way down.
The only way is through.
So be it. And do I reach any of them?
You reach the stars.
I'm going to say you can take a shot with a short bow. The caster is in front. There are 3 others behind.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take whoever's in front of me.
The caster is the one at the front.
Yep. And that it's 19.
Hits.
That hits for 6.
Yep.
And that is a 19 again.
Mm-hmm.
And that hits for 10.
Nice. That is I's turn.
I'm going to cast Colour Spray at level 2.
Yep.
These 3 guys in front.
I'll say it's 4. I'll say you can hit all of them because you've been up there for a while.
Okay, cool.
I can't make them climb the stairs because they'll just fall off to their death. But let's say they are.
Nice.
And remind me how Colour Spray works. It's blinded.
Yeah,
So many
it's 60, 10, however many hit points, but I also get 2 extra d10 to roll at level 2.
Nice. 8 d10.
So 8 d10s in your hand.
Yeah. No, it's not. I need 2 more. That's 6.
Oh, yeah. Which one? D10s.
2 d10.
Oh, there's a percentile and a regular. Just, yeah, you figure it out.
80.
Okay, so we've got 10, 19, 27, 28, 30, 39, 47, 48 hit points.
That blinds the caster.
Okay, cool.
You see, like through the glowing mask, you see like the hands come up. He is, according to the minis, like on a really treacherous bit of steps. No handrail, no guardrail. He's right. I'm gonna say he's right up close to you. Imagine those as a little cluster.
I mean, a health and safety nightmare.
It is a health and safety nightmare. It's almost like this wasn't
How
signed
many
off.
feet was this?
That will be 55 feet.
Chaos at the local centre parks.
Also, you pay so much for the lodge.
You really
do.
The
Yeah.
rapids are good, they're just not worth it.
Well, there will agree to disagree.
So if that's
every day on the rapid.
55,
Yeah.
I would like to look over the balcony and bonus action cast Misty Step down onto here.
Yeah, which will be 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll call that 30. I mean, it's a little bit more than that, but I like it. I think it's hella cool and very sweet. Don't drop him. Nice. In fact, they'd be down the bottom now anyway, those
Yeah, they would.
children of the midnight moon, so we can take them off the field of battle.
Hold on, I can't do it.
Oh, okay.
I can't do it. That's I use my second
Okay.
second level spell
Cool.
slot.
You're still where you are?
So in that case then,
Just be a bad
with my boots of speed, can I get past the blinded one without having to use disengage? Because he can't see me, so I can just get past him.
Yeah, why not?
Cool.
Yeah, so I'll say you're in between the blinded caster and the first of the 3. They're having to go in single file. These are narrow stairs.
Yeah. So then I would like to. So if I've got past him, then without assuming, then I'd like to use disengage to get past the second one without her taking an opportunity.
Oh,
attack.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. So then you managed to get past 2 of them. You're in between the.
Yeah, we'll just
you're
keep
right.
them there for now and-
You're right in the middle. Can you just keep maybe
Yeah.
write down and keep track of
Yeah.
exactly where you are? Fantastic. Very nice. Very cool. That is. Well, you're under his control, so he doesn't need to do anything to you, does he, darling?
No.
I'll tell you what he is going to do, though. He's going to. Nox is going to take a legendary action.
I'm waiting for those.
And he reaches out his hand towards Kelness, and he's going to try and hit you with a spore whip and drag you. That was so bad. 14? Doesn't hit. You watch as this tendril of kind of plant life whips over your shoulder. You've just managed to, it's kind of where you were at the point at which he first tried to cast this entangle on you. But as you've shaken yourself free of that and Dolly's dropped, he sort of, while trying to maintain his gaze at Dolly, flicks that hand up to where you used to be, but you've shifted ever so slightly, and you feel the wind rush past you in the night as this you can feel it. This is just flavour, you won't take any damage. You feel it kind of whip against your cheek, and this putrid feeling on your cheek that you wipe away, and then it retreats back. That is his legendary action for that round. That is Dolly's turn. You are charmed by him, and you cannot move of your own volition. But at the end of your turn, you can repeat the save.
Okay.
So
I'll do that.
make a wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
No.
Okay, you remain charmed by him. See how difficult bestow curse is.
Now the sugar is on me.
My own medicine, I hate
No, it is bitter.
She'd like it if it was. That's the problem. It's sweet.
That is the caster's turn. The caster is blind. The caster is panicking, and it's going to cast Mage Armor on itself to just up its AC because it has hella low AC and it's hella frightened about it. Cool. So it now has that, and it's going to. It's going to. Oh, is it going to try and run up? Elwyn had he wouldn't know Elwyn is at the top of the stairs. So he's just going to kind of try and hold himself into the side and let his friends run past. How long does Colour Spray last? Does it just last? Or is it a concentration spell or anything like that?
Sorry, can you wash it out?
Can you wash it out?
Duration 1 round.
Duration 1 round. Okay, so it will last. I'm going to say it will last till the end of your next turn. Let's say. Cool. Oh, that's very cool. It's nice when
I realised that.
What's wrong, Alex?
I realised I could have just taken the opportunity attacks, couldn't I, with my speed, with my movement? So
It's okay.
Yeah.
It don't matter. You can do it next round, baby. We're all gravy.
So much further on.
It don't matter. That is Erastus's turn. The hell can Erastus do? He was not built for jumping about.
Well, he's kind of not real, is he?
No, I guess not.
I mean, he's real, but
As real as everyone else here.
he's more like a spirit, and spirits.
Erastus, you've got to start pulling your weight here if you want to get that kill.
Wow. He is going to. He's going to run outside.
This is the most fun he's had in fucking centuries. What's he complaining about?
for a long time. I've been in a card for 1,000 years.
Can I try and convince him of something?
Yeah.
Erastus, you want to get down there, right?
He looks at you.
Get back in the cards. I can get you there quickly.
Roll me a persuasion with disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. The cards.
4.
Give me something here, Erastus. Come on.
He is going to.
God, you young and you young, don't you?
He is going to give himself He's going to use steady aim to give himself advantage on his attack roll. And if he has advantage on the attack roll, he can deal sneak attack damage, right?
Sorry, say that again.
As a rogue, if you have advantage on an attack roll, you can roll sneak attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he is going to use steady aim. He can't because he has moved. He's just going to take a shot. He's going to take a shot with his crossbow, and he is going to. That is a 19 to hit, which is very nice, and he does 12 damage to this new iteration of Nox. And he is going to. He has weapon mastery on that, I believe. Which is slow. So the speed is so Nox's speed is reduced by 10 feet. And then he is going to. He's not going to do anything for now. That is Radian's turn.
Radian runs up to the balcony, looks over the edge, and goes, "I could have got you down there." And tries to remember that feeling that he had in the prison, tries to remember that feeling that he had on the edge, trying to harness that feeling, and then zips into the air. And then as soon as he lands, he kind of stumbles a bit in the air and then focuses and then casts Misty Step and lands on the floor.
So you want to do like a 2-part? Yeah, I love that so much. So where do you want to be?
I want to maybe be about 20 feet from... actually, no. Let's go right up in his grill. Let's get right up next to the big old hulking
Yeah, that
boy.
is famously where you do your best work.
And lands directly in between Dolly and the Hulk.
That is Kelnis's turn. You are still in the air. You are now, you're 60 feet up in the air. You still have your wings. Still fly over you.
I'm going to cast Scorching Ray again at Fungus Face.
Mm-hmm.
Fungal my dick wad. You fungal.
So 3 rays of
Ray Charles, Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta, Ray
And Ray J.
Chase.
I think I've got 2 hits.
Okay, so what did
Got
you...
a 16 and a 20.
Yes, they do both hit. So roll your damage, and you can add an extra D8 as a result of...
That's like early Bewitched days, like hit after hit after
Hit
hit.
after-
Just
C'est la
like,
vie.
C'est la vie.
But then annoyingly,
Blame it on the weatherman.
yeah, but that's you see. It's been hit after hit, and then they did nothing.
And they did, yeah.
I think they had another one, and one more hit.
I mean, that's what we're all hoping.
Blame
they'll do.
it on the weatherman, and then they had.
Well, they had C'est la vie. I mean, we really are struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
see,
18 damage.
18 damage.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
sorry. While we try and get
He
Bewitched.
has resistance to fire damage, so he takes 9.
Roller coaster.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. That, by the way, is the perfect time to intervene.
That's what that button's there
That's
for.
literally the
Yeah.
purpose of that button.
At the end...
And
What a song.
Fourth hit.
Yeah.
and Hank is going to spit a fire seed at him
What's
as well.
the range on that?
60 feet, I believe. 60 feet.
Great. Make an attack. He'll take half of it.
Wait.
Spiteful little pine martin.
Yeah, I think it's a miss anyways.
Tell me.
It's a 12.
It is a miss, yeah. It's great. Sometimes things have lower...
Not this Hulk.
Not that low. At the end of Kelnis's turn, Nox's voice is in your head again. Dolly, and you hear him say, "He left you. He abandoned you." I'd like you to make a weapon attack against Radiant.
That's a... Ooh, this is horrible.
It's not the first time you've attacked radio.
It is not?
Putting that out there.
Yeah, but I wanted to before.
I mean, you kind of want to now.
Different now. Where the hell?
Up at the top.
Oh, there, of course. That's a 15.
It misses.
Oh yeah, because for the first time ever, you're using
Mage
mage armor. I'm so proud.
So proud of
As you, I know, right? I prepped it. So as you go to do it, I grab your hand and say, "You don't want to do this."
And you can see that Dolly is. I'm going to say I don't even need you to roll for it at this point. Like, you know what this is. You've seen this look in Dolly's eyes before when she's been controlled by something. She's not acting of her own volition. That is these Gloam warriors' turn. You're in the middle of them, So 2 of them are going to.
How far is I from me?
I am going to say is. Well, you're kind of going round the corner. He's 20 feet
Fine,
from
yeah,
you.
it's fine. Anything over
Yeah,
5
you've
doesn't
got
make a
two.
difference.
You've got 2 people in between you and him. They are going to hit with their. They're going to have a swing at you. That is a 9. One of the first one takes 2 attacks, which is a 19 and a 9, and the other one is a nat 20 and a 13.
I mean, I'm 16.
Okay. So they are attacking with their swords. And I'm rolling 1, and then I'm rolling 2 for the crit. Could have been an awful lot worse.
Uncanny dodge.
That is, hang on, that's
I'm just staying, taking it.
That's 11 for the. I didn't give them. I thought I'd given them some necrotic. I haven't. That's 11. God damn it.
When an attack you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to halve the attack to damage against you.
I'm going to say you can do that on the. So I'm going to say one of them did 4 and one of them did 7. The crit only did. It should be +4. So that 7 should become an 11 and the 4 should become an 8, so it should be 19. So you can halve one of those attacks because they're from different people.
Yep. I mean,
So halve the 11 down to a 5 and then take all of the 7, which would be 12
Yeah.
piercing damage. Or slashing damage, I should say.
Why not be a maverick and just like half the smaller one? Just because
Just, just as a disgusting
I will.
power play. Oh, thank you. I have fluff from the table on my nose. Right. That is the other one of the gloam who is going to run up and try and attack. Well, is going to attack Elowen. I'm going to take a few swipes at you. Another nat 1. A few swipes at you with his sword, of which only 1 hits, and then rolled a 1 on the damage. So that's 5 slashing damage to Elowen.
Sure.
Of House Grenwyr. That goes back to the top of. Ooh. He's got another legendary action. He's going to use it. Dolly, make another weapon attack on Radian.
That one.
What a waste.
I can see the good in you.
That, however, is Nox's turn.
I'm right up in his grill.
You are right up in his grill. So first
I'm
I'm going
right
to
up
have
in
him
your
re-roll
grill.
to see if he gets his spores back. He does.
What did you roll?
A 5, and I need to roll a 5 or a 6 on a d6. Checking up on me. Piece of shit. He is going to... He's going to make 2 attacks at you, Radian.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, first one is... the first one is a 15.
Okay.
Does that hit?
No.
Okay. The next one, I think, is, because it's a 17.
I cast shield. So now my
AC until the end of your next turn is... Or start of your next
is
turn is...
now 23, 22. Can I add?
Yeah, shield adds on top of whatever armor you already
so now
have. It's
my-
a reaction, it doesn't last. So
Yeah.
what is your AC? Your AC is 16 or 17?
It's 16, sorry, it's
Okay, so
21.
give us 21.
Are you playing more defensive and Starr?
He's trying. It's almost like he's trying to stay alive.
I know.
Which, by the way, wild to imagine.
It's because you gave such a great speech about staying alive.
He is going to... I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's a 10.
Yep. Fails.
Yeah. Erastus, you're just not doing the job. I call in the deck of many friends.
Another one? Okay.
How many
So it
members
was
of
a
Vox Venture are
10.
left in that deck?
Yeah, there are 2.
Yeah. Well, it was a 6 on the die, right?
A 6 on the die, okay.
That one there, in your hand.
This one in my hand. Let me bring this up. In whispers that are by now familiar, but here at night in the tree, they seem to echo off the trunk, echo off the palisade, echo off the canopy. And you look up and you see Erastus with a face that is almost impossible to read. And no words are said. They do not coalesce into a name because this card has no name. What? And you watch as, in a swirl of smoke and dust, a figure with dark skin, wearing a kind of poncho, has this hand crossbow, a Stetson-style hat, a a cigar hanging out the corner of his mouth.
Yeah.
What?
That becomes a 15.
That becomes a 15. It still fails, but it improves your roll. You have the haste spell cast on you, Radian, and I'm going to give you a choice, Dolly. You can have the benefit of haste, or you can roll your next save with advantage to break free from Nox's control.
I'll roll with advantage.
Okay. So you should, so for the record, what haste gives you, you gain a +2 bonus to your AC. So your AC base is now 18. Your, or you can also choose to roll this save with advantage. That's the same deal, actually, that I'm offering to Dolly. So you can take haste, but you might be controlled.
Yeah.
Or you can roll that save again, having rolled with advantage.
I'm going to roll that save again.
Okay.
Before I do, hey. Who are you?
I'm just passing through.
From where?
Great question.
It's a lot darker than here.
You see that guy up there?
Oh, hey. Good to see you, Erastus.
He a good guy?
He's a piece of shit.
I think he is.
And then he disappears.
Worse.
It was with advantage, wasn't it?
No, the
was the second
advantage
roll.
was given by the...
Oh,
Can
it's
it roll
the second
once
one.
more?
Yeah. You hear a voice in your head. These spores come out of the hand of this creature that is Nox. And in your head he says, "This is the only way to keep her safe. You care about her too." And you are charmed by him.
Oh, I mean, I already have advantage of being charmed against being charmed.
Okay. Advantage does not stack, but the deck is a fickle beast. Last one.
Samuel.
My lord.
Samuel.
Samuel, my lord.
What's the...
17 to beat.
No.
Jesus.
That is... Eloin's turn.
So I've got one gloam in front of me.
You do.
I want to shove them off the top of the treehouse.
Yep, I love this so much.
Just-
Make a contested
go.
athletics check.
That's what I wanted to do right at the beginning, but I've got no strength.
And I roll athletics with advantage.
And
so-
I need to contest it.
Wait, it would have been athletics.
Yeah, they rolled a nat 1.
Yeah!
Whatever.
And I just literally by the head, one more for the Grenweirds, and then just literally.
Which one?
It will
insane
be,
from you.
it will be the one that I've broken. It will be the one that I've broken. So
Oh, we've got that in common.
Hang on a sec. Oh.
Sorry.
The one that I've broken has already been taken off.
Oh, fine.
So we'll just
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that where they are is where they are.
Okay.
I will take that one out.
Go on again.
So to be clear, pushing them off is athletics, not strength.
It was this time.
Well,
It's a
athletics is-
contested athletics.
Okay,
check.
cool.
Athletics is the strength.
Yeah,
modifier.
but I thought it would be a just strength
Straight
check.
saving, yeah.
Like a
It's
Damn.
it's all kind of sense.
What does that leave me with my attack action?
That's your action. You have a bonus action.
Okay, bonus action. I'm going to second wind, which allows me to move up to half my movement speed without any opportunity attack. So I'll now take my full movement speed to go as far past the other two as I can. Down the stairs.
So here's what I'll say: 15 feet gets you up to the gets you behind I, yeah. Because I, are you still in the middle of them? So it gets you behind I, and that means there is, at this point, one in front of you. You can move past him with the rest of your movement, but you will take an opportunity attack from him.
Yeah, let's have a go.
Let's go.
I'm just going to add my HP
That's going to hit. That's a 19 on the die, which becomes a 26, which is 10 slashing damage.
Cool, so that leaves me on 33, and then I add 14 HP because I use second wind.
So you go to 47.
Yep.
Cool. There is no one for Nox to force you to attack. Dolly, roll me a luck check.
12.
Your attention is caught by someone returning with the children of the midnight moon. Celandine.
Sorry, I'm good.
I'm gonna roll for her. She rolls a nat 20 on initiative. Oh, wow. And she brings with her children of the midnight moon.
20 children.
Who rolled a 2, so they're going to go right at the very bottom. And they have... Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice, very nice. Well done, me. I have that much. You recognize that you're looking at Celandine. And with that nat 20, I'm going to give her advantage on an insight check. She rolled another nat 20.
Oh my God.
She sees the midnight moon being attacked by a monster. She is going to use her action
For you?
She can't. She sends a. You watch her as she puts her hand out. And this sphere of light engulfs Nox. For 21 radiant damage.
I can't speak because I'm...
No,
Oh, no.
you can't.
Yeah, sorry.
But you watch as Nox is attacked by Celandine. And he is going to suffer
The consequences of his actions.
1 level of exhaustion, which is a -2 to all of his rolls. And I think we should just take a little breather there.
Oh, hey. I see you there, lurking alluringly, peering through your binoculars or magnifying glasses or whatever, taking it all in at no extra cost, freely enjoying the free bounteous free fruits of my, and for contractual reasons, everyone else in Natural 6, including Doug Cockle's, spellbinding free improvisational labor. How could you not? It's free. But what if I told you there was more? More than this emotionally dynamic, mechanically chaotic meal of champions? What if I told you that for one simple monthly payment, you could have not just a meal, but a feast? Did someone say, #unleash the feast? For barely a whisper o' money, you could taste the sweet additional nectar of our nonsense. Hashtag Unleash the Feast. And there isn't a better time because we're joining the Patreon Summer Sale, where through the whole month of July, new members get 25% off their first month at the Vile tier or above. Did someone say once again, hashtag Unleash the Feast? I think they did, because that's a lot of things for a new member at 25% off. Over 120 pieces of bonus content, including Clark's the Broken Pebble, Ellie's Diary, AMAs, BTS videos, and more. Ad-free access to all story episodes, including episodes 33 and 34. Early access to our post-show action search. Full access to the D&D live shows, Natural 6 with Advantage, and access to our MCM panel, Smash or Pass Without Trace. Can I get a hashtag Unleash the Feast?
Ben?
Yeah.
Can you stop saying hashtag Unleash the Feast, please? It's
Why?
making everybody feel very uncomfortable.
I think it was going quite well.
No.
If you're a new member, just jump onto patreon.com/natural6 and the discount code will appear on our membership page. Or if you like to do it by hand, and why wouldn't you, you can use the code 561C7. Doesn't it just run off the tongue? 561C7. The sale runs from now and all through the month of July, and every penny on Patreon directly supports our storytelling and production. In short, it helps us keep Natural 6 going. So if you're a new member and you want to unleash the... Type in 561C7, then head over to patreon.com/natural6 and take advantage of this amazing limited time sale by typing in 561C7. Because why have a meal when you can have 561C7? Hashtag Unleash the Feast.
Don't.
Sorry.
Okay, we're back. That is Nox's turn. He is going to turn to the... Ooh, who's he going to prioritize? Is he going to prioritize the new arrivals, or is he going to prioritize Kel?
We think.
Tell you what, we think it should be the new arrivals. Tell you what, Kel,
No rivals, no rivals.
roll a d20. This is Nox's d20. This is Nox's result.
She doesn't even go
Nox's
here.
result is an 11, and now you and Celandine are going to roll. Whichever one of you rolls closest to an 11, that is who he will be interested in.
It's such a fascinating.
Come on, that
She
one.
rolled a 3.
8.
8.
Doug.
Doug. The actor Doug Cockle. The actor Doug Cockle.
He's so present at the table.
He's going to try and spore whip you again. That is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, he's going to do it twice. That is a 26 to hit. So that's, going to
That's
hit
2 hits.
twice. That is 11 plus another 13, so that's 24 poison damage, and you are pulled 20 feet out of the air in his spore whip, and you are grappled.
24, you said.
24 damage, yes. And grappled means your speed is 0. And you can make a check at the beginning of your turn to try and break free from grappled, but if it fails, you can't take any movement. And I'm going to say you can't cast spells with a somatic component, as this spore whip is kind of pinning your arms to your side. That is Elowyn Grenwerd's turn.
I need to just get down these steps as quick as I can. So I think just before I start running, and I can only take 30 feet of movement, which isn't an awful lot. Just look over my shoulder, make a slight desperate plea behind me and be like, Hank, if you're still up there, I've seen you move Kelness before. Can you get me any further? And I'm just going to start running.
What happens? Yeah, I will let Hank think about that on Hank's turn.
Yes.
Cool. You are going to run down
30 feet. So
Great.
I made it past both.
You'd already gotten past these guys.
Yeah, so you are now out. So let's just move. Here's what we're going to say. We're going to treat it like a round.
How was I in the middle and then Elowyn's got there and past before I've even had a chance?
Let's bring you both down 1 level.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, have I missed a turn?
No, I ran past. I was at the top.
Yeah, but I was already in the middle of them.
She used
at the
movement
time.
twice, maybe? Oh, yeah.
Because, like, do you see what I mean? Like, I've been there for a while. Well,
Oh, you know what? We haven't moved our minis either. That might be.
You are straight after her.
Yeah. But I just don't understand because I was already in the middle when Elwyn got to the top.
Here's what we're going to do. I don't know exactly what's happened, but you were ahead. So what I will say is, I'd like you to. I'm going to do an opportunity attack on you because I'm a nice gentleman, which misses because that's a 5 becomes a 13. Put Elwyn on the largest balcony, and put I on the balcony below where they first emerged. So I is essentially that one directly in front of you.
Yeah,
It's giving Sylvanian family.
It is a Sylvanian family.
As I run, I'm just going to try and take some pot shots at whichever one of those was behind me with my bow.
Great.
Because I may as well.
Because you're petty.
Yeah,
Because you're petty like that.
Because you're a nasty
woman.
Spiteful was how I was
a
described.
spiteful and wrathful woman.
That's a natural 20.
Okay, cool.
So you know what? I'll take an additional 15 feet of movement after this. As well.
Oh, nice.
What are we doing? We're doing longbows. We're doing D8s. Diamond debugger.
Let's move Elwyn again and put her sort of on
Bottom
these
of the stairs.
steps. Can you see them there?
We're doing longbows, we're doing D8s, we're doing...
Ooh.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that is that hits for 15.
15.
That was with my crit. Then that that would be a 12.
That misses.
Cool. But that one I hit is now slowed as well. So they have 10 feet less movement speed.
Cool. Ooh. They don't know what the hell's gone on. Who is still up the top? Just Erastus.
And Hank.
And Hank.
It's just a collection of
Erastus
hangers on.
has a
extra
plan,
friends.
and if I do say it, it's an effing cool plan. I think at this point the Gloam are going to start running back down the stairs because I think they're realizing all these people are running past and they're just going, well, we were set a task.
They are very welcome to do to wander into my space for an opportunity attack at any moment.
any point. So you are all the way round down here.
Yeah.
You are, I'm going to say you can take movement and appear at the base of the tree on the same level as Nox and Radian and Dolly. I thought Doug was leaving.
He's leaving.
No, I have to see what's going on.
Before I do that, I want to look over the edge here.
Might just be-
Am I seeing bottles of liquid or am I seeing potions?
Oh, what a cool question. Roll me a luck check.
17.
Yeah, you're seeing potions.
Okay. I would like to run down there and I would like to grab as many as my little hands can.
Roll me a d4.
I love the idea of you now running around the corner with like an arm full of like potions, like.
3.
And roll me a luck check.
15.
You find 3 greater healing potions.
Whoa!
What?
What?
A boom?
Feast on yourself, baby.
Feast, tuck into yourself, honey, but not in front of other people.
Okay.
That's rude.
Get strong.
Was that action and bonus?
I'm gonna say that's the action. I'm gonna say you still have a bonus action because it's fun.
How many? If I could get down and to where they were, 60 feet. If
you
I
can't
come down
get-
here.
yeah.
Is that like 40? So have I got like
Yeah,
another
I
20?
would say that. So another 20 would take you to the little campfire next to the table. I don't know if you can see that from your vantage point. Mm-hmm. I can do it.
That's fine.
Oh,
Oh my.
we've reached for the same campfire.
Yeah, and then I would like to hide behind it, please. I'd like to bonus action
Sneaky boy.
hide,
I'm a little
and
teased.
that is 23.
You hide, baby. You hide. That is Dolly's turn. At the end of your turn, you can re-roll your wisdom save.
Okay, what's the DC?
17.
Is it an advantage because of the?
No, it
Okay.
was once with advantage.
That one.
That one.
Okay.
You get even more charm.
You're actually into this. It's unlocked something in
Oh,
you that
no.
you managed to get yourself not into.
like
Better
You're
not
back
awaken
babe.
something in me.
That is the Gloam caster's turn. The Gloam caster, who is no longer blind, is going to.
Didn't I throw the caster off?
No, you threw the warrior off.
Oh, I thought
who
the
has,
caster was
I'll
nearest
level
to
with
me.
you, more HP.
Fine. No, I'm all good.
And I allowed them to be clean killed. But
You did, which was kind of you.
the Gloam, Who the hell? Right, I'm going to say the caster is going to try and blast one at Erastus, one at Erastus who's on the balcony, and 2 at Elowen who's down below him. So the one at Erastus is not going to hit. That is a 13. And then the 2 at Elowen are a 16 and a 13.
One, it's meat to beat, so one hits and one doesn't.
Okay. It fires this arcane burst, very similar to what you experienced when you fought the Gloam before at the Battle of Mouse, but these ones seem to have been in there for a little longer, and that is 19 acid damage. And then it is going to use its movement, and I'm going to say that the caster is now making its way down and reaches that first round's worth of movement. That is Erastus's turn, and I have a plan for Erastus, and I don't know if this is going to work, but I think it's fun enough to try it, and he hasn't been hit yet, I don't think.
No.
So I'm going to take a risk. I am going to have him try and jump down and land on Nox. It is 6d10, but he has max HP higher than I'll probably roll.
Yeah.
And I'm going to allow him to roll an attack on his way down. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to have him make an acrobatics check. He has a +5. I'm going to say this is a DC 20. Or he'll just hit the ground. But at least he'll be down there.
Fair.
That's a 15.
Well
With
done.
a 5 becomes a 20. I'm so excited I threw it. So I'm going to have him make an attack on the way down with the dagger. And I'm going to say, if he hits, I'm going to let him do sneak attack. Because, yes, he's not technically hidden, but he is 60 feet up.
That's sneaky
and I don't
as
think
hell.
there's any way you don't see that coming.
And he's got a big mushroom hat on anyway.
And he's got a big mushroom hat on.
You
for
can't
God's
see what's
sake.
going on, Robin.
Isn't that one? Okay. So
Superhero landing.
Erastus jumps, does land on Nox, which I'm going to say I'm going to halve any damage that he would take. He's still going to take some. It's not a cartoon. That's the wrong die. That is 10, and that's another 12. So that's 22. So he'll take 11 points of damage. But he's down there now, and he can do stuff in theory at some point. That is... Oh, and he's going to use a bonus action to try and hide behind the table. He rolled a... Yeah, he rolled... Yeah, he has a +11. So he... So that becomes an 8. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Nox has a passive perception that beats an 18. So, that is Radiant's turn. Make a wisdom saving throw.
And I get 2 attempts because I had advantage against being charmed.
No, because you've got to...
No, once you're charmed, you don't get advantage on saves to end the spell.
Hate Uncle Jamie. Fantastic.
I hate Samuel.
What was that?
Well, that was a 2.
Okay, so that.
But
did
I
not
like
work.
to think that that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. It's a really good thing.
Wonderful.
Kelness.
Yeah. I'm dead, aren't I?
It's your turn. No, it's your turn.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, good. I'm not dead then. I thought you were going to say Calnus. Mushroom Man cuts you in half.
Oh, yeah, good point. He hasn't taken any legendary actions. Thank you.
Oh.
I will say that what Nox will do for his legendary action this round is he will get Radiant to make a weapon attack against Erastus.
Sweet.
Your boy.
It's a dirty 20.
That hits Erastus.
Yeah.
He looks at you and he says, "What? What is your damage on a whatever it is you're attacking with?" Is it a dagger,
It's
probably?
with a dagger, yeah.
So it's 1d4 plus your dexterity modifier?
Yep. Sweet. I do 6 damage to him.
Okay. I'm going to have Erastus roll an insight check. On a fail, he will not understand that you are being controlled, and he will think this is an attempt at a double cross. I'm going to call this a DC 15. Would anyone like to roll for me? You can roll for me if you like. He has a +8, so you need to roll. Okay. So I need to roll a 9 or higher for him to pass. No, sorry, a DC 15. I need to roll a 7 or higher for him to pass. It's perfectly makeable. That's a 4.
See?
Erastus, Hollie sasses the tower. as if the tower A is sentient and as if we have anything to do
Lord
with the number.
Samuel.
You
Shows
cannot
up at the
convince
bottom.
me it is not.
Lord Samuel Raphael Towers
You
tells
feed
his own
it.
story.
Erastus now considers you, Radian, an enemy. That is Kelnis's turn. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Kel. It's your turn.
Blessed.
Thank you, Doug Cockle, for giving me the hashtag blessed. Truly blessed. These are wonderful times we're living in.
Okay, I like to think that in amongst all this mess,
Kelnis has won. Kelnis wins.
Kelnis turns into an ancient golden dragon.
I've seen other
burns
people
the
do it,
house
for
down.
God's sake. You cowards, why didn't you let me?
I think I've heard Eloin's cry for help,
Yep.
and I send Hank to find her. Hank is still up somewhere.
How far can
What's up?
Hank move
He
and how
can-
far can he teleport?
He can teleport 15 feet. Yeah, 15 feet. And he's got 30. Where is it? 30 feet of movement.
Okay, here's what I'll say. For Hank to drop from the balcony where he is to Eloin is 40 feet. It's 50 feet. So he could do 15 feet of movement and then he could take some falling damage and he could be next to Eloin. And the falling damage would be 3d10, which sounds like a lot, and it could be... Sorry, 3d6, which sounds like a lot.
Could be very little.
But it could be very little. You
Yeah.
can take that risk if you want to. You can command him to do that.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, I'll tell you what you can do. This is really... I'm just going to do this because I just think this is fun, and I think it's a sort of... You could have him drop 30 of the feet and then teleport the last 15. And
The last 15. And then he'd be with Eloin, but that would be... And where would
You
he
wouldn't
be?
really be taking any damage at that point,
he's
would
just
you?
gonna
Because
leave
you'd
and
be
then-
dropping and then just teleporting the last tiny bit.
So no damage.
Cool.
I'll let
Yeah.
you do that.
Okay.
Sorry, I am helping because it's an unusual use of the spell, and I just think it... Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't have told you, but here we are.
Well,
No, but thank
he
you
gave
for-
you something and you gave him
I think-
something.
I think-
and now we're even.
something.
I think you're just
I'll give you
responding
something,
to
Harry, a bit of
my
advice.
potential
No
effort
doubt.
to get off the tower.
Yes, it is because
In
you did.
episode 20,
so you
21.
did. You did try to, in 23. You did try to do. You did think of doing that.
You thought of a lot of things.
You thought of a lot. You thought of a lot. We
Yeah.
strategized a lot.
Okay, so that's Hank's turn.
That's Hank's turn. Which
I
technically
want-
takes immediately after you, but I don't think it's particularly going to matter.
Yeah. And I want to try to break free
Okay.
because I'm restrained.
You are grappled.
I'm
so
grappled.
roll me. You can do a acrobatics or athletics check. This will be your action. Acrobatics or athletics, and then Nox will roll against you. So Nox will roll an acrobatics. He rolls a 5, which becomes an 11.
16.
That is your action. You still have your movement and your bonus action, but you are no longer grappled by the spore whip.
Okay. I'm going to use a bonus action and cast Healing Word on myself.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Sorry.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to
After everything
cast...
I craft.
After everything you craft.
No, Wilson, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm going to cast Healing Word on myself at level 4.
Oh.
So that is
How many?
8d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. I believe.
One more.
Ta-da.
Thank you. That's 1, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 22 plus 5.
27.
Nice.
Oh, and Hank's out, so I get to roll a d8.
A d8 as
Oh
well,
my
yeah. And Hank doesn't like
And
dispel
that's a
when
6.
and Hank doesn't dispel when he's a certain distance away from you.
No, I don't think it matters. It doesn't say anything about it.
Wild.
So that's, what was it, 27 and then
A 6.
Yes.
plus 27? So and then a 6, so that's 33. Whew.
Damn.
33.
Damn, Daniel.
He's feeling strong.
He is feeling strong.
And
You're still so you were 60 feet in the air. He's dragged you. You're 40 feet in the air. You're still
40 feet
flying.
in the air. Okay. That's fine. I'll stay where I am.
Okay. At the end of your turn, he's gonna. He is going to. He's gonna make a spore whip attack at Celandine. So 10 becomes a 20.
No. We've already lost Azrael today.
All the only nice people I've met here, which is
Levine's gonna be devastated.
Levine's gonna be absolutely broken by this. That is 11 damage to Celandine, and she is pulled towards Nox, 10 feet. I'm going to say they're about 30 feet from each other, so there's another 10. And you can see Dolly, I mean, you don't kind of really recognize what's happening, but you can see her struggling against this whip that has encased her. That is the Gloam's turn. There's no one up there for them to hit anymore.
There's the one caster.
There's the caster there, but they have a different initiative. So 2 of them are dead, right? Well, no, one of them is dead. So the others are just going to run. And I'm going to say they'll just run down and join the other caster. They'll join the caster, and then they will... They have longbows. Yeah. They're each going to take a pot shot at Kel, which is a... Oh, they're not very good with those. 14 and a 16 to hit.
Both miss.
Both miss. Okay. That is... Oh, that's the Children of the Midnight Moon's turn.
Come on, kids. Come on, children.
They look to Celandine, who is kind of grappled and tied in this spore whip. And she kind of looks over her shoulder and she says, "It is not him. He is gone." And they are going to... Then, I mean, they're not strong boys, but they are going to chuck a little javelin each.
Chuck them away.
Oh, that was pretty good. In fact, both of them hit. One hits for 24, and one hits for 19, so they both hit. And that is... 9 plus 8 is 17. And, because they get poison damage as well, 17 plus another 9. It's quite a lot. That is 26 points of damage to Nox. Woo! You hear pain in your heads, Radian and Dolly. It's almost as if you take You don't mechanically, but it's like you take that pain yourself. It's like you're part of a network, almost.
Psilocybin. Doesn't matter.
No, very nice. I really liked it. You must keep going. That is Celandine's turn. Back to the top of the order. She is going to use her action to try and escape. She is neither strong nor dexterous. She is going to try an acrobatics check to escape, contested with Nox.
Come on.
She rolls an 8. He rolls... He rolls an 8. Roll off. No, beats it. Beats it. Yeah, I don't want to contest it. I'm just going to have them roll.
Have
again.
another roll.
Nox this time rolls an 18. She rolls a 5. She stays bound. Has she got any bonus actions? I built her to kill you guys, so I'm really hoping that she can do some cool stuff. She is going to. Let me see if you have bark skin, don't you?
Yes.
Can you tell me when? Actually, I've already done it. Yeah, she can't do it because it has somatic components. That is her turn. She's just struggling against her bonds. That is Nox's turn. He regains all of his legendary actions. Eye is hidden. Elwyn is not there yet. Erastus is being dealt with by Radiant. Celandine has just really pissed him off. Oh, let me see if he gets his Somnium spores back. He does.
Oh,
wow, he's rolled a 5 and a 6 on these spores. He can target them all. It's a 20-foot cloud. Oh, it's centered on him. So he cannot target the children. He can just target Celandine. Her wisdom is a +6. She has to roll an 11 or higher. She rolls a 14, becomes a dirty 20. She resists it. You see this cloud. You see it perfectly from your vantage points, Elwyn and I. You see he extends this tumescent arm, and it releases a puff of noxious. I don't mind if I do.
We don't mind.
From his hand. And you see it sort of swim and flood around her face into the eyes of the skull with which she covers herself. And then you see her eyes screwed up. It's almost like she shakes her head, and you see that those fumes go back out from the eye holes and the hole where the mouth once was on the skull. That's his bonus action. So he's now got his action. He is going to just try and. I think he might just try and slam her to bits, you know. He's going to take 2 attacks with his pseudopods. First one misses, the second one... Oh, no, 14, which just misses, so 1 hits. He moves closer to her. He has a 10-foot range, and he slams into her with these fungal pseudopods that emerge from his arms. That is 2. That's that +4 plus that. That's 26 damage to 7. That is Elwyn Grenweird's turn.
So, this is difficult. I actually can't see the other side of this treehouse. So I assume I can see most.
You
can I see Erastus and Radiant?
You can see Nox. I'll say you can just about see Erastus and Radiant. Here's what I'm going to say. If you want to, you have 30 feet of movement, which will get you down to the base, but will not get you far enough to get in melee. If you wanted to dash, you could guarantee being in melee in the next round. You're probably in melee in the next round anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to take sort of 30 feet, because Hank can still move 30 feet. Anyway, in fact, I'm going to say hello to Hank first, not to be totally rude. But I am going to take myself to the base of the stairs.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
From where I've been, would I be able to ascertain that Dolly and Radiant are charmed?
Roll me an insight check. I'll roll with advantage, because they are your bezies.
Oh, Christ. That is only an 8.
No. You don't know what's going on down here.
Then it's just chaos.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take my bow and I'll take a couple of pot shots at the mushroom boy.
Yep. Great. Make your attacks.
That is a nat 20.
Okay, cool. Not a bad time for it.
No, it is not, actually. So that is 5 plus 3 plus 3, so that's 11.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nat 1.
Okay.
So that
You yin, you yang.
But he is slowed, so he'll...
Yep, so his speed drops to 20 feet till the start of his next turn.
And with my
Start
bonus
of your next turn.
action, I'm going to use Second Wind to give myself some HP back.
Cool.
It's not looking great. Well, it's not looking great for me, and that's 14 HP
14
back.
HP. That your whole turn?
Yes, pretty much all I do.
Great.
I'm not going to move any further in because this looks like a fucking mess.
Gnarly, bro.
That is your turn. You are crouched behind a little cooking pot. At the base, I'll just describe actually because I haven't done this for a while for our audio or audio fans, our listeners. There is this cluster of tables, bedrolls, and kind of a paraphernalia that have been placed at the base of the tree, which it seems the gloam have been sort of semi-resting or using it as a staging point. Next to, at the base of the stairs, emerging from the treehouse complex, is Elowen. Let's say 15 feet ahead of her is I, crouching behind a cooking pot in a direct line 15 feet from Elowen to I. Further on is Nox, another 15 feet away, who is currently turned to Celandine, who is still wrapped in a spore whip. She's 10 feet from him, and 10 feet back, originally flanking her, are 2 children of the Midnight Moon. Away on Nox's right side, behind a long table, is Erastus. Beside him is Radian, who has just stabbed a dagger into him. The owl U is erroneously on the battle map, and I'm about to take him off. 15 feet back from Radian is Dolly, and another 15 feet back, but still 40 feet in the air, is Kelnus. The Gloam are making their way back down the stairs, and Hank is on the lowest level of the treehouse complex from which Elowen has just run and reached the base.
From where I am, can I see any piles of... oh god, what's the mushroom called?
Somnium?
Somnium.
Yes, absolutely. So essentially the edges of this, the bits that we're not on, are an entire wrap, like a collar of Somnium. This you've spent a lot of time here and you've seen it a lot, but it's this powdery iteration of it, almost as if it has decayed or festered. It doesn't have those orange and those colours that you see in Nox, oranges and pinks and yellows and purples. Instead, it is kind of grayscale. And as I say, powdery, feels like it's covered in. Have you ever seen like mouldy mushrooms when they get covered in that sort of fibrous, almost cobweb?
Can I reach the largest amount that I can see within my 60 feet?
Yeah, you can. 100%. You can reach a big strand of it. I'll say we'll take you kind of down this way across the other side. Oh, yeah. Let's take you down across the other side of the table with the cheese on.
Grab a roll of that bedding.
Yeah.
Shove it into the fire in front of me. Run over to the Somnium and stick it into the Somnium.
Okay, cool.
Rock me high as hell.
No, that's cool. I'm gonna have. Oh my gosh. Okay, he rolled a 3. I have Nox roll a Constitution saving throw. Dolly and Radian, the control drops. And you see he's resistant to fire damage, but nevertheless he seems to be being fed somehow by these mushrooms. That's what you've ascertained. I'm going to say that's your action. If you have a bonus action, you can take it.
Yeah, I'd like to get behind the table and hide, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nat 20.
Yay! Okay, in that case, I will. Let's give you something for a nat 20.
I lift
delicious
the table
cheese.
up.
Yeah,
Cheese
yeah,
is
yeah.
delicious.
That's the best damn cheese you've ever had. I will say, you can Oh, you already have advantage because you're hidden. Well, I can't give you anything. I'm just trying to give you treats,
Yeah.
baby. That is Nox's turn. I'm also going to say the Spore Whip drops. Essentially, that whole thing causes him to break concentration, so all the control he has of the battlefield breaks. Celandine is no longer grappled. Raging is no longer under control, and Dolly is no longer under control. That is going to be Dolly's turn. I just want to think what Nox wants to do. He's not. Yeah, he's going to try and. No, he's not too far from. He's going to try and Spore Whip you, Dolly. That's a 22.
Yep.
It only hits you for 7 poison damage, but you are pulled 10 feet towards him. And you can see his, like, in the chest of what he's become, his face, his head is protruding from it, and you see that face looks like it's screaming. That is Dolly's turn.
Am I...
You are currently grappled.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, you've had so long waiting to do something.
No,
I
it's
immediately
fine.
grapple you.
Fine.
So you can make a strength or acrobatics against him in order to free yourself.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
He rolls a 14.
Acrobatics. Okay, let's do that. 10.
A 10. So you remain grappled, I'm afraid. End of your turn is the caster's turn. The caster's going to take a dash action. They're not going to take a dash action. They're just going to use their movement to get down to the stairs where Hank is. And then they're going to fire a shot at Elowin. In fact, they've got 3 shots. They'll do 2 at Elowin and they'll do 1 at Celandine. So 2 at Elowin. Nat 1 on the first. The next one is a 22. These hit for a lot, these guys. Really do. 15 acid damage. And then the one on Celandine, that's going to hit as well. That is 19 acid damage to Celandine. Erastus' turn.
Before he does anything. Erastus, where the hell have you been?
He reaches out and he... He reaches a hand out. His spells are rubbish, man. He don't take magic initiative feats, guys. It's really not worth your time. He reaches out and he pushes a hand into you. His eyes fixed on yours, just like you saw him do with Nox. And this necrotic energy starts to spread across your chest, but your life force, your essence, whatever it is more powerful than the magic he's trying to put into you. You just send it back into his hand.
Mine is not the death you want.
It is the first death promised to me. If you try to take my life, yours will be forfeit.
I didn't try and take your life.
You stabbed me.
Oh, that happened. That was. Oh, fuck it.
That's your turn.
As a bonus action,
Yes.
would I be able to lob him a potion of greater healing?
Yeah. As a sort of sign of good faith.
Yeah, like, sorry about that.
Okay.
So I
yeah.
lob him a
roll
potion.
it for him. Because he didn't take a bonus action on his, so I'm going to say you could just pour it out. You're such a sweet boy.
Yeah, but he's like,
I'll do that. I'll do that. 2, 3. 8 plus. What's the plus on a Gracie?
It is +4.
So 12.
12.
He gets all that.
He looks genuinely baffled by the last few minutes of what's happened.
Don't take it personally. It happens to me all the time. And then I cast Chromatic Orb at level 1 at
Rastas. Just treat him mean, Bennett.
Try and kill me. Yeah, Chromatic Orb. I'm gonna use ice.
Ice, baby. Go on.
Towards the little boy.
Make your attack.
Another one of these. And can I have one of yours?
Which one?
You need to roll you need to roll the attack first, so I wouldn't get ahead of yourself. You might miss.
No, I hit. 19.
19 hits.
And I do 6. I do 9 damage.
Oh,
That's good.
Cute.
That's cute.
Something.
You did that, and you did that all yourself.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, great.
it's more than I did, to be fair.
That is. Are you going to do anything else on your turn?
I'm just going to stand there and look really cool, and everyone's going to be like, wow, that's a cool thing that you just did.
Ice.
Cool off.
Yeah. No one is under Nox's control anymore. But he is going to move forward and hit Dolly.
What's his movement? How far can he move?
He can normally move 30 feet. You've slowed him. He can only move 20. But he only needs to move 5 feet forward in order to be in range of this. Nat 1.
He doesn't want to hit me.
Oh, he really does. That is Kelnis's turn.
Okay.
Hey! Don't mind it, mate. Don't mind it.
I'm going to take a shot at Nox with my longbow.
Okay.
My Cal's just like floating about.
Yeah, still up.
That's a 15.
15 misses.
Misses. Okay, and then as a bonus action, I want to cast Healing Word at level 3 on Elwyn.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Which will be 6d4 plus 5.
Plus a d8.
Plus a d8. Man.
D4.
That
This
little
enhanced
time
this enhanced
mine.
bond thing
It's great.
is really good. No
so
wonder
cool.
it didn't make the official 2024 rules. It's clearly overpowered. They are all d6s. You
Yes.
roll 6d4s.
Oh. I was hopeful.
Yeah,
Hopefully
you were
wouldn't
cheating.
Me
notice.
too, quite frankly.
Oh my god, that's so much healing! I'm going to be fine forever. Anyone want to hit me? I've got a surplus.
I actually might.
4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 18.
18 plus 5 is 23.
3 plus 5.
Mad.
28. Wild.
28.
Oh, is it level 3? That is a level 3 then.
And
It's a level 3
Like,
spell.
that's
It's a big
crazy.
spell to be.
Yeah.
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 And then
Thank you.
I shout to Hank to get Elwyn into the fight.
How will he do that?
He's going to teleport her 15 feet.
He hasn't yet got down there. What
he's
is his
not there.
movement speed?
30.
His regular movement speed. Okay, well, he can get down there then and be with Elwyn.
I can't actually see
Yeah,
Elwyn from
you're on the right.
so I'm
I
like,
can't see her either.
yeah.
Do feel free to get up and have a little look if you want to. It's
Yeah.
totally fine for you to know where your character is.
Oh, I mean, we sort of know where they are. They're directly.
Yeah. So
So-
Hank uses his movement to get down there, and then he's going to teleport
Teleport her as close to Nox as possible.
as close to Nox as possible, 15 feet. I'm going to say that will take you to in between the fire and the bench.
Oh. Nice.
A Gren weird is coming.
And I give Hank a little gentle pat, timid pat.
A
'cause I'm not sure if it's
timid,
gonna burn me or
always
not.
cautious
Your hair
pat.
catches on fire.
Yeah,
and
meep.
you look
Yeah,
like
I'm gonna
Lisa.
meep. I'm good. Meep.
At the end of your go. Should. I was hoping grappled might have given me advantage, but it hasn't. I'm still going to use another one of his legendary actions, and Nox is going to take a slam at Dolly with. I swear to God, he just rolled another nat 1.
Great.
2 in a
Doesn't
fucking
want to
row.
hit me.
Dreamy.
Oh, not my dream. Not my dream.
Some might say it's Nox his day.
No, no one said that. No one said that.
Everyone high fives.
I'll
Ben.
give you a high
For the audio
five.
listeners,
Yeah,
everyone is
good.
high fiving Ben.
That was
Doug
good.
is.
I actually
No,
did
don't
high five
encourage
Ben.
him.
That is the Gloam's turn. They're going to run down and get next to their caster, and they are going to fire a longbow. They're going to fire some shots at. They're going to fire one at Radiant. They're going to fire one at Dolly, and they're going to fire one at Elwyn Grenware.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck, you damn cowards. So, one to hit Dolly is a 23. The one to hit Elwyn is a 7. And the one to hit Radiant is a 13. So, it's Dolly Suleiman. You take 4 piercing damage. I'm so sorry.
I don't have a lot.
You've
to be
been
fair.
through enough.
I don't have a lot. but
Is she dead?
She's not looking good.
Oh,
to be
okay, cool.
honest.
That is the Children of the Midnight Moon's turn.
Come on, kids.
They're going to run in and take some swipes at Nox. How many
Some might
attacks do they
say
have?
it's.
No, no one says that. No one said that.
Some. Doug, what does he say?
Go for it.
Some might say it's Nox his day.
They both hit.
Oh!
Anyone want to trade seats?
Anyone want to trade broadcasts? Yeah. That is, they are both hits, and they are going to do an amount of damage that I'm now going to calculate. They do 50 plus 8 is 23, plus some poison.
These kids are doing a lot of damage.
They are doing a lot of damage. There's 2 of them, and they do some poison damage as well, and they're rolling really well.
I feel the children bit of the Midnight Moon is making us think that they wouldn't actually be any good
Yeah,
at
no,
battle.
they're pretty
and
good.
How we
actually
did
they're
say they
doing
were
well.
ass at the
Radiant,
beginning.
it's been
though.
seeking child warriors since.
Since
Episode 10.
since the Battle of Mouth,
Episode 10
he
or something
finally
like that,
got
like-
them.
Or 11, something like that, but yeah.
That's
they're
33
finally
damage
here.
between them.
I whispered
That's
to myself,
delicious.
"This is the war I hoped for."
That is Celandine's turn. She is going to try and get this caster, who currently has an AC of. I can't even read my own writing. What's the caster? 14. She is going to cast. She's going to cast Ray of Sickness on that guy. Plus 8 to hit. That hits. They're going to take 4d8 poison, and they are poisoned until the end of their next turn. And that is 20 damage, which doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for the caster. That is Nox's turn. What can Nox do? Let's see if he gets his.
Let's watch him roll another nat 1 again.
Let's see if he get. I'm going to see if he gets his spores back. He needs a 5 or a 6. He got a 4.
What's up, Nox? You're looking a little
I'd be so quiet if I was
binge ill there.
That
Everyone
Not
again.
such a
high
fun guy.
Yeah, thank you. Honestly.
Everyone high five Dolly!
Yes! Well done, Dolly. That was really, really, really good. Wow, that's how you land. That's how you land a plane, right?
That's how you bard.
That's how you bard, baby. Wow,
riz
and that's
is
so
Jess,
and it's so
riz.
effortless when you do it.
I know.
Like it's kind of
There's
easy.
a natural ability that you just possess, and I think people try and imitate, and they just
Oh,
can't.
crit! He hits the Children of the Midnight Moon. He crits on one, he hits the other.
I hope they both die.
That
After
is...
that joke.
Oh, that's a...
Distasteful joke.
Hang on, that's 8
So
plus...
tasteful.
So that's 17. With a crit, that becomes another 11, another 13, which is 30. And then he does... He just smokes one of these creatures. One of his children.
Oh no.
Not such a good leader now, is he?
He turns around and just slams his pseudopod arms into one of the children of the Midnight Moon. And they are gone. They are done. They are dust. Elowyn,
Yes.
it's your turn, my dear.
I guess I'm going to run forward at Nox, and I'm going to attempt to hit him. And as I do so, I'm going to look at Raid and be like, you always seem to pull out the cards, but you haven't done it yet. Now might be a good time. Don't forget, I did not see what was happening.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And by the way, it did nothing. So I'm honestly baffled how someone constantly seems to want to use these cards, and yet
You're
here
saying
we are
a
in
lot
this-
as you're running towards me. What?
You know what? Just do something useful. That is a 21 to hit.
And you're going for Nox, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Tempting to go Radiant.
Yep.
But I, decided against it.
Some might say.
No one says that.
I have not done it yet.
I have Nox done it yet.
I've not done it yet, this entire
God,
thing.
it's spreading.
Oh my god, it's contagious.
But,
It is, it's a fungal network.
I am blighted, so I have a 1d4 to every attack.
Oh yeah.
Of necrotic.
Of necrotic.
Yes. So that first hits for 12 in total.
He is immune to necrotic.
So it hits for 9.
Cool.
I roll that with advantage. That hits for 24.
Yep.
That hits for 10. That's a natural 20. That is... that hits for 15.
Okay.
He did Nox.
As in that 15 damage.
15 damage.
Yep.
And then because I rolled a natural 20, I can now move without provoking opportunity. So I'm now going to step back 30 feet.
Okay.
Does she moonwalk back?
Children of the Midnight Moon
She's
Walks.
actually concentrating on what she's doing.
You are next to the somnium that grows high into the sky beneath the canopy. You see that you can feel it almost. It's like it's starting to vibrate. Roll me an insight check. This will not affect your action. I'm calling for it, not you.
That is a 22.
It's like it's weakening. It's like something is causing the mushrooms themselves to weaken. And you look at Nox and you see that Nox is weakening.
What do I think is the fact that he's got a bit weaker, so that is weaker, or the flame? That okay, well, without being absolutely certain, I'm going to turn around and take a shot at the caster.
Yep.
That is a.
You're doing that from hidden, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, even roll twice. I mean, it's to say it's a.
It still hits.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna roll. That is 2 for damage. That is. Sorry, my brain is just totally fried. 7 plus 6.
13.
13. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Who have they just hit on their last one? They hit like.
They hit.
Caster hit.
Oh, me.
Yeah.
They've just thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm gonna peer over the table. I see that hit. I trace it back up.
Yeah.
Take a shot, and I want it to just go straight through the heart.
Yeah.
And the caster bends forward and tumbles over the
Amazing.
side.
If I cared less about Mark's minis, I'd do that. But I love it.
like an 80s action extra that falls off.
That goes, and does that. What's that scream?
The
called?
Wilhelm scream.
The Wilhelm scream.
There's some extreme ragdolling at the bottom.
And they put both hands out, which you've never seen anyone do when falling.
And then I would like to. Can I use a bonus action to throw something to someone?
Yeah, it's fun. You can. You'll have to make a. I think you're going to have to make a ranged attack to throw it to them.
Yeah.
Is what I'll say as a bonus action.
With the distance, can I lessen the distance for a lower? See what I mean? So
Yeah,
if I want to
sure.
throw, one of these great healing potions to Dolly,
Yeah.
and I would like to get to next to. I want to get.
I'm going to say 60. Okay, yeah,
What was
60
that?
feet can take. Yeah, I'll say that'll be the full 60.
Cool.
So behind the cooking pot, behind an upturned cooking pot.
Yep.
And you shout you get Dolly's attention,
Dolly,
and
you might sneeze this.
roll me a DC. Let's make a ranged attack, and let's call it a DC 13. Because your action economy does not allow you to do this, but I'm a fan.
Where on here am I just finding the ring? Like,
So your crossbow. So whatever your crossbow
it is just
would
crossbow.
be. Yeah.
But it's magic, so am I taking away the one? So it'll be plus 8.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, cool. It's just that. Great.
That one.
Yeah.
With
so
it.
I just smack it into the back of Dolly's head.
I'm gonna say I will say with a nat 1 it smashes.
Okay.
And the contents just out onto the forest floor.
Well,
So
it's
give me
3D
that
anyway.
give me that healing potion back, you
It's the
scoundrel.
thought that counts.
It is the thought that counts.
Nice.
I tried to do a really nice thing for you.
I want to do it again.
It was you that buffed it. I didn't get even get a chance to get it.
That is Nox is going to take a legendary action at the end of his turn. He's at the end of I's turn, and he's gonna just do one of his pseudopod attacks on you. He's not in your head. He can't even speak. This creature has no language. It can't do anything. It's just this shambling, revolting mass of mushrooms. Mass of ass. That is a 25 to hit you.
To hit who, sorry?
To hit you, Dolly de Winter.
To hit on you.
Confirming.
Well, I mean, he did that before, so.
Oh, he rolled very badly on the damage, so that's 9 bludgeoning and
He got no moves.
7 piercing, so that's 16 damage
I'm
total.
done.
Dolly goes
Dolly de
down.
Downter.
It's a very serious moment, but sure.
Erastus turns to you, Radiant, and says, "If you leave her for me, our bargain is upheld."
Our bargain will be upheld when you take his life. Her life means more to me than mine.
That is Dolly's turn. Come here, please.
I from just because
Can
I'm
we say
standing
though,
right
great
behind
day to wear that cute dress.
because I is just behind them. Just hears this and goes,
Good jobs, rats.
Nice.
Can I borrow a deck?
You can borrow.
Which one?
Or this one.
Which one?
You're going for that one,
Yeah,
aren't
I am. It's shiny.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, you can't tell what happened there. As Eve goes,
Right, Mason's poker face is bleeding on through.
is no longer the worst one in the room. That is Nox's turn. He's going to use another legendary to do a pseudopod attack at the Child of the Midnight Moon. Nat 20.
"Oh,
Nat friggin'.
By the way, everyone else can call the deck of my friends. I'm just saying that. When people look to me.
Oh yeah,
I did call it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's been called twice today.
Call it as much as you want. If you feel like it's...
Are we saying
that
it's
is
a thing I can-
7, 3. That's 14.
You haven't touched it.
you haven't touched it
Ben,
there.
Ben signed it.
18 plus.
You
That's
can.
what I want to check.
Okay. 27 damage from one attack. Woo! That is Erastus Gracie's turn.
Looks at her on the floor. His life will mean so much more to you.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
18.
Well rolled. You see this impulse in him, and you see it too, Radian. Like a hand reaching out for Dolly. It would be so easy for him. She's there. He could take her into the card.
Too easy.
And then his eyes flick up to Nox. He's going to vault the table. Because I have to do something nice for him.
Impressive for such little muscle mass.
That is a dirty 20 to hit. Stabs in with a dagger. 1d4, not 1d8. 1. That's 6 damage. And then he is going to use... he's going to do his sneak attack, which is an extra... that many. That's a bit more like it. It's 15 sneak attack damage. And you see, like, this is the first time that he's really got a hit in on him. This is the first time he's felt like he's in his element. And you see this, like, serenity come over him. Almost like this is what he's for. This is what he's missed. Being in battle, smelling blood, being up close with a person as he slips a blade in between their mushrooms. That is Nox's legendary.
Harry, I am the only person who's never touched the deck of many friends.
Yeah.
But I've been in it.
Oh, yeah. That's a great question, man. Originally, the idea was you could only get...
So are we literally, when we go in, are we in, or are we in a void, like...
You're in the card.
I was in his cell.
Yeah, you're in the card. I'm going to say you can't call on it without touching it.
Okay.
Throw it out, rats. Quickly.
Actually, I think I have it.
Throw it out, Dolly.
I'm down.
Dolly. Do something.
Do
She's
something.
having a
Why's she not listening?
She's having a nap.
She's lying down now. He's gonna take another slam at the children of the Midnight Moon. He's gonna go for them. He doesn't crit this time, but he does hit this time. 9 plus 4 is 13. Gone. 12 damage. So that's 25 in total. We had 23 left.
Rip.
Again, you see this great sort of... It's almost like at the point at which he slams these pseudopods into him, the mushrooms that at points look like fingers almost turn into clubs and just slam down into them, releasing this cloud of spores and poison. He's going to see... Oh no, that's a legendary action. We now move to Radiant Thornbear.
Run over to... dash over to Dolly and shove a healing potion in her mouth. Great healing potion.
You'll roll for it because she's not conscious.
Yeah.
I don't mean you'll roll to put it in to give her the potion, but you'll roll for how much healing she takes because she'll sort of come round during that process, and she'll probably, if we know Dolly, she'll probably dribble a little bit out because she's a notoriously messy drinker.
Those are the kind of rumours I hate the most.
Because they probably are.
A real messy.
14. And do I have anything else?
That was I think I've always said it's an action to drink the full thing. It's a bonus action to roll for it, and it's a bonus action to throw it to someone. It's an action to put it into someone else's mouth. So you have movement and you have a bonus action.
So my bonus action of what I'd like to do is grab the deck of many friends off of Dolly and lob it to you.
Cool. You can make a ranged make a like whatever your ranged attack would be. So you use dexterity anyway. So essentially make a.
Oh, so I'll just roll and then add my dex.
Yeah, roll and add your dex.
Natural 20.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me find my.
Why now?
So long ago. Okay, so as it's thrown to you, Eloin, make me a charisma saving throw.
15.
15 passes. You do not take psychic damage, but you hear whispers. And you smell dust. And you are now able to draw from the deck. As part of the many things you can do in this extraordinary world we've built together. That is Kelnis's turn.
Okay. I take a shot with my longbow at Nox.
Mm-hmm.
17.
Hits.
It's, I believe it's 1d6 plus 3. 1d8 plus 3. 7 damage. And, sorry? No, I know you didn't say anything. I just looked up and we were looking at me. Weird.
Sorry, he hates you.
Yeah,
So that's 7 damage to Nox.
I fucking hate you guys.
Yeah, don't put anything else into it, but he absolutely despises you.
No, I was thinking. I'm thinking. I'm trying to remember what you are capable of doing as a druid. That was my thinking face. That was my quizzical
your wizard.
face. Yeah.
And then I want to, I'm going to cast Healing Word at level 3 on Dolly.
Thank you.
Nice.
You've got the guardian angel for this
46
episode.
plus a d8. Plus 46 plus 5 plus a d8.
40d4, right?
4d4. Yeah, I'm so sorry. 6d4.
6d4.
6d4 plus
Never mind.
5 plus 1d8. It's a very simple game, D&D. It's a very...
I have found it very accessible as a new player. I will give it that.
Thank you, Wizards of the Coast.
18 plus 5 is 23. Plus 6.
29.
29. Jeez. And then...
He's burning his highest level spells on healing, though. Like, not as a critique, but, like, that's what he...
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah.
And then I want to move a bit closer in.
Yeah, you are still 40 feet in the air.
Yeah.
And you are, I will say...
30 feet.
I would say you're 40 feet from them. So you're 30 feet from Dolly, 40 feet from Nox and Erastus.
Okay, I want to move to within 30 feet of Nox. So kind of somewhere kind of sort of behind Dolly.
You've been like a drone this whole battle.
Happy there?
Yeah. And then I want Hank to take a flame seed shot at Nox.
What's the range? Oh yeah, fine actually.
30.
He's only there, yeah, totally.
60 actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a 5.
Misses. Don't know why I even bothered telling you that. At the end of that turn, it is the Gloam's turn. Can you put the Gloam down on the level, please? And they are going to shoot their longbows at Eloin Grenweird. 13 and dirty 20.
The 13 doesn't.
13 doesn't. 7 piercing damage to Eloin Grenweird. At the end of their turn, Nox is going to take pseudopod attack at Erastus Gracie, which hits. 7 plus 4 is 11. Plus 9 is 20. 20 damage to Erastus Gracie. You look at Erastus as this thing slams into him, and there's almost like a joy in it. As if he's been doing nothing for so long, that now he's doing something. That is back to the top of the order, because all of her friends are dead. Celandine.
Your friends are dead.
She's on my side.
You might say.
No.
Things are.
No.
And I interrupt him and I simply say, Celandine, keep the gloam away.
What
Nox
is she
going
to
well.
do? She is...
Spore you.
You're such a dick. She is going to... Oh, I'll tell you what she's going to do. 60 feet cube. No, I'm not going to do that. She's going to... He's immune to that. Would she know that? She probably would. He's immune to that as well. Oh no, he's not immune to that. Sickening. She's going to use Sickening Radiance on him again. It's a 30-foot cube. I don't think she can cast. She's gonna hurt you, so she's not gonna do that. She'll Ray of Sickness on him, which is 21 to hit, and it is 18 damage.
Nice. He's dead, I assume.
Yeah, he died. Yeah, he died. I just didn't think to mention it. That is Nox's turn. Can he get his spores back? Yes. Yes, he can.
Fuck.
That is Erastus. That is Dolly. That is Radiant. Constitution saving throws.
With pleasure.
Erastus fails.
Extreme displeasure. He fails. Fuck. That's not good.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
That's 19.
Okay. Erastus fails. Erastus is now under the thrall of Nox.
No.
Can I? I'm not really sure how this works because this is in the new rulebook, which I haven't
She's
really.
Nox.
No,
sure.
yeah.
No,
yeah.
No, because it's an action. What is the counter charm? Never mind. I don't think.
It's
I
okay.
can do it.
We can
Could
have a
it
look.
be a reaction?
At 6th level, you gain the ability to use musical. Where is it? You gain the ability to use musical words or notes. Oh, or words of power, or musical notes or words of power to disrupt mind influencing effects. As an action, you can start a performance that lasts until the end of your next turn. During that time, don't you break anyone. You and any friendly creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed. A creature must be able to hear you to gain this benefit. This performance ends early if you are incapacitated or silenced.
Oh, we need to work out.
So you can perform for the table. La la la. I feel like the actor Aoife Wilson within you has always been waiting for an opportunity to just do a really lovely musical performance.
This is 100% the kid that just comes up to you and goes, "Hey, look what I can do." And you go like, "Oh, cool.
Oh, that's cool. Wow. Wow, well done you. That was his bonus action. He is going to use. He's going to go for Radiant with his pseudopods, because Erastus would get an attack of opportunity, but now doesn't because he's friendly to him. That is because you've got really high AC now. I mean, what it is, it will stay the same. Don't worry. Because you've got such high AC, it's now 38 to hit and a 37. That is a 19 and a 25.
To hit?
Yeah.
They both miss, I'm afraid.
What?
Come on. We're all having fun, but don't fuck with me. They both hit.
I'm Nox being serious, yeah.
Yeah. It's Noxing personal.
No.
That is...
No.
That's it.
Veto.
Yeah, no, heavy veto.
He does no damage. No damage to him.
25 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
And
Welcome it.
12 poison damage.
Sweet. There he goes down.
And I pull from the deck of many friends.
On one of those attacks?
Yes.
Yes.
What were the attacks?
Yes. Yes.
I am so utterly confused by all of this.
Okay.
I have no desire to use magic, but I'm going to try and look after Radiant. That one you just put down. Yeah.
And those whispers coalesce into a single word. Huh. Vortex.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That roll originally from Radian
Oh no.
was a 16. It's now a 19. It favors your enemies. Vortex.
Thanks, Austin.
Vortex casts. Oh man. He casts Mass Healing Word on all creatures that are friendly to him. But his thing is favoured not.
Yeah.
So that is one. Wow, that's 3 1s and a 2. That's better. So 3 1s and a 2. 3 1s and a 2 is 5. Plus 4 is 9. Plus 3 is 12. Plus 1 is 13. And plus 2 is 15. Plus 6. And then plus 4. He's a high-level boy. That's another 11. Okay. He regains an amount of HP. And you see, that those same mushrooms starts, like that vibration in them starts, kind of stops. And he says,
Oh, you're welcome.
And just disappears back into the deck.
Can I then just take that card, put it on the floor, and I'm just going to take my dagger and stick my dagger straight through the middle of that card?
The cards dissipate, though, don't they?
Well, you said it went back into the deck. Those are the words you just said. That's what I'm playing off.
Okay.
So.
Roll me a charisma saving throw.
It is a 6. I'm not going to use heroic inspiration.
You take 6 psychic damage from trying to...
Can we all just stop for a moment?
That is... Radiant is down. That was Nox's turn. That's Eloin's turn.
Well, I guess I've got some damage to make up for, so I'm going to go in and see if I can hit him.
Okay. Can you get to... Yeah, you can just about get to him.
30 feet. I purposefully moved.
Yes, you did move close. It's just because he's moved since.
Yep.
Right.
That is 24 to hit.
You're welcome. 24 does hit.
And that hits for 11.
Cool.
24 to hit.
Hits.
That's 7.
Yep.
Sorry. Oof. And then that would be a 16. Oh, 17, sorry.
Hits.
And that hits for 10.
Okay. Cool. Radiant's down. He's going to use a legendary...
With the Children of the Midnight
The Children of the Midnight Moon. He's going to use a legendary action to hit you, Eloin. Turns and slams a pseudopod into you. That is... that's incredibly bad. That's 3 plus 4 bludgeoning, which is 7 bludgeoning, and 12 poison, so 18 damage total. No, 19 damage total. 7 plus 12 is 19, I do apologise. That is Dolly's Eye's turn.
God, Hollie really wants to try these. I don't know if that just releases people or if it actually does harm them, the mushrooms on the side.
Where is he? Oh, there he is. God, he's so hidden.
So good at
He's
hiding.
so
What's
good.
good at
It's not
hiding?
even hidden.
Oh no, he's not. He's just standing next to a pot.
He's a smart boy.
It is like a pot.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to take a crack at shooting him.
You have advantage on the roll because... Oh, no, you don't have advantage on the roll, so you have a creature within 5 feet of him, so you can still apply your sneak attack. So what was your first roll?
It was a 7. Wait, well, no, plus 9. Oh, 16.
Just hits.
Okay. So that is a 10 for the original hit. Oh my god.
Do you roll all ones?
All ones and a 2.
Okay.
3 1s and 2s.
3 1s and a 2 is 5.
Yeah.
I know we've all been there. I just did it myself.
Okay. And then I would like to...
Also sing a song.
So,
Oh yeah, you now can't see you.
More of us must sing.
I'm assuming we sing.
yeah.
You're
I
literally...
would like to run around to Eloin.
Real fast to distract
to Eloin and
Yep.
just say, gives me the cards.
God.
And I just look at him and I go, take the bastard things.
Okay. We're running out of fucking cards, you guys. You're a lunatic.
You gotta pace yourselves.
For God's sake. You don't have that many left.
Does not mean I was calling on them.
And then I.
You are. Where are you right now?
I'm unconscious.
I'm Right, there we are
nowhere in
I
a
have
void,
done
thank
so many cool things today. Crazy amounts.
Garen's there, and I would like to.
I'm going to say you've moved in and out of
But
if you move there, you'll move in and out of Erastus' space, which will give him an opportunity.
Oh shit! Yeah. In that case, then I use my bonus action to disengage, so
Yep.
I can't hide. But
yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
That is Dolly's turn.
Well, first of all, I'm going to
dance.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word 2nd level on Radiant. So that's 44 plus 4.
So I get 100 hit points here.
Ooh, that's not great. 2, 5, 8 plus 4 is 12.
12.
Better than nothing.
I love it.
12 better than nothing.
It really makes no difference to me. I've got so few of them. If I'm conscious, I'm good.
Okay.
If I'm breathing, I'm believing.
Was it?
Wow.
That's beautiful.
That's also the best one you've done.
Yeah.
I came up with that just now.
That was Radiant coming back?
Speak it, believe it, receive it. Okay.
So I'm gonna bring him up, and then I'm gonna turn to Nox. I'm gonna say, looks like after everything, it's you that's abandoned and alone. Here's one that you taught me, and I'm gonna take my dagger and try and stick it in where his heart would be.
You roll an attack with advantage. That's badass as hell. You hate him and you want to win.
It's a dirty 20.
Okay.
And I'm gonna expend the use of Psychic Blades as well.
Yep.
So that is plus 3, so that's 5 plus 3d6. Uh, 17.
17. He looks bad. He doesn't look good.
He doesn't.
He looks better.
He looks fucking amazing.
He does.
He looks amazing.
What does he look?
It's a little bit embarrassing for me.
Nox look good.
I'm saying it.
That is.
This better win some sort of like comedy award, podcast
it's
award.
very, very funny.
It's just good comedy.
That is Erastus Gracie's turn. He is under the thrall of Nox. And he rolls a 22 to stab into Elwyn Grenweird. Which is 9 regular damage, 9 piercing damage, and 15 sneak attack damage.
And I'm down.
24. Down she goes. Yar, she blows.
We've been doing before.
Yes. Battle of Grenwood.
She only goes down. She only goes down.
Special occasions.
Special occasions. She only goes down when there's something on the line.
Easter and Christmas, baby.
Easter is such a weird one to pick.
Jesus'
Obviously,
birthday.
not your birthday, not my birthday.
Listen, if Jesus is risen.
If Jesus is
Sacred
He has.
the sacraments.
He has. Okay, that is.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why is you said it was Nox's go? It was not
Erastus's go.
Did Erastus not roll to get out of his thrall?
At the end of his turn.
Yes.
But that was his turn. So he's taken his turn.
He doesn't do it at the top of his turn, he
Doesn't
does
do
it
it
at the end.
does it at the end.
I apologise for everything.
Thank you for reminding me that he can try and break free of it, though. He rolled a 19 on the die.
Bit
He's
fucking late,
out.
isn't
He's out.
Who's out?
Oh, fuck.
Erastus?
What?
He sees your dead body.
He killed you.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, wait, he technically killed. Then, if they were counting that, then Dolly went down.
Not off him.
Oh, not off him.
No. He killed me.
No.
That wasn't the deal.
She belongs to me.
No.
Doesn't.
No, she doesn't. That wasn't the deal.
Erastus.
Elowen was never the deal.
Take me instead. That wasn't the deal. This was the deal. Don't touch her.
Nox is just like...
Dolly de Winter.
Don't touch her.
The deal we made, Erastus, was for Nox.
Sometimes these things fall into your lap.
And you can push them off your lap.
That is a very...
Like a cat.
That was a real badass delivery of a not at all badass line. I liked it.
You met the actor,
I
Cockle,
liked
then.
it so much. I didn't know what to do. He looks at.
Just end the episode there and let's have a
So after everything you has been through, all the things the gods did, where you came from, and you takes the easy, cheap way.
Not cheap.
Not you.
Dolly can roll a persuasion.
Oh, come on. My awesome language persuasion.
I'll let.
She's my bestie.
Here's the deal. Mechanically, it would have been with disadvantage because he's so set on this. And essentially, what everyone else weighing in has done is flatten that out to a flat roll.
16.
He reaches out for Elowen. And then looks at you, Dolly. We have a deal. He's not going to be any more specific than that at this point. That is Radiant's turn.
I'm out of potions. We will give you the death that you deserve. But we have fought with you and fought for you. For you to achieve this. To escape your prison. Do not betray us. Because we would not betray you. And then I seem to be pretty close to Nox.
Yeah.
I'd like you to make a wisdom save, please.
I don't know why I'm even checking. It's a 2 on the die. It becomes a 10.
Prepare yourselves. Attack him when he comes round. And I cast Hypnotic Gaze.
On Nox.
On Nox. I use Hypnotic Gaze on Nox.
Nox just stops moving. That's Elowen's turn. You've never been here before,
No.
have you? Come round.
Wow, first time.
Sorry, Elton. Sorry, Cameron. I don't even know what I need to...
Okay, I know what that is, don't worry.
Okay.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Don't have the habit of going back there.
It stinks, but... That's I's turn.
What does you mean?
We have a deal.
Who?
What do you mean?
I know what you mean. Roll an insight, Radiant.
15.
What are you asking him?
You've got Nox held right now. Do we just all attack? As in, not Nox, we attack
Erastus. Do not. We made a deal. We are people of our word.
in her almost dead state, you're pretty sure you see Elowen smiling at the honesty of it all.
The stupidity of it all.
Some principles.
So
He's learning.
I is gonna ready the crossbow, aim it at Nox, turns to Erastus and says,
Thinks about this. He drops it, and you has a chance to really prove yourself. And to prove why the gods should have been scared of you. 1-on-1, you and a Nox. And whatever happens to you, we will be readies.
It's quite appealing. Roll persuasion.
18.
Okay. Erastus says, no one else touches him.
We steps back.
Dolly?
I'm gonna. Well, are we still in initiative order? Can I either just step back or do nothing?
You can do. Yeah, you can. Well, it's your turn. Well, it's your turn. I'm going to say that's your turn. It's your turn next. So you can sort of step back as a free action if you choose. If any of you wants to, but you don't have to.
I'm gonna get Ellen up first. I'm gonna cast Healing Word.
Okay. She passed her death save anyway.
Still, you never know. Okay. 14. 17 plus 4 is 22.
22, you're back.
22. Back up and looking very confused.
Nox is still there in a stupor. Anything else you want to do, Dolly? That was your bonus action.
I'm not going to step back, but I won't do anything else.
That's Erastus's turn. He's mine.
What will you do with him?
I just want my satisfaction to take a life again. It has been too long. I was promised one, yours, and you took it from me. He looks to Dolly. Now I am promised another, and I have stayed my hand this far. Give me this.
Before you does, you says you was promised one. Is this just whoever pulls the card, or was you promised this one before?
He means nothing to me. No offense.
You were promised Nox.
So I will take him.
And then we will never see you again.
You will never see me again.
Dolly. If she agrees, then in a way, it's still your hand.
Might not mean anything to you, but he means everything to us, so yeah. Take Nox.
I'm going to roll the damage because he's at a certain amount of HP. I don't want to do this properly. That's a 9. He has 22 left.
Can I add my psychic blades to his dagger? Bit of flavor?
Yes, you can. So as that goes, describe what psychic blades looks like.
When she does it, it's like a projection of force of psychic damage that comes out from her dagger. It's just a sheer force of will of when she wants to, make people feel what she feels. So she's gonna sheath her own dagger, put her hand where Erastus's is, thumb on the hilt, other hand here, and drive it forward for him.
What's your psychic blades damage? We'll replace
3d6.
We'll replace the sneak attack with psychic blades.
3d6.
3d6.
9.
He's going to add a confused sneak attack to it, which was he's rolled exactly. Between the two of you, your hand on the hilt of his dagger, he sort of looks at you slightly quizzically and then allows that motion to happen. Both of you drive a dagger into Nox's chest. And out pours spores and dust and a noxious cloud of death and decay. And the Gloam blow a whistle and flee. They've got no interest in having this fight anymore. And Nox, or what was Nox, drops to the ground. And as he does, his chest lolls off to one side and you see the face of the original Nox. And there's just a moment of recognition in the eyes of that face in this creature's torso, looking up at you, Dolly.
She smiles.
And his eyes close. You're surrounded by whispers. And Erastus Gracie disappears. That's where we'll end the session. Wow! We did it! You did it, guys! Thank you ever so much for watching. Was that episode 31?
One. No,
32. 32.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being here for episode 32, Our Adventures in the World of Reliquiae. We will be back in a fortnight with another story episode, but next week we will have an action surge in which we will be unnoxing this entire... Come on now. This entire escapade. I think we'll probably take the mini out for that so that we can see each other again. So you can see that next Tuesday. If you don't want to, you can always head over to our patreon.com. Patreon.com/natural6. And if you become a supporter at any of our tiers, you can watch Action Surge now. You can watch it right now, which would be an absolutely lovely thing for you and for us. In real time, we are going to do Action Surge, and then we are going to go and pack our bags and go to PAX. This is how far ahead we are.
If anyone saw us at PAX and had a nice time, you're welcome.
Oh yeah, did it go well?
It went so well.
We can say we can say who was with us now here.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you can.
If you were at PAX, you saw us play with Angeli Bimani, which we're very excited about. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us, everybody. We will see you very soon for more adventures in the world of Reliquiae. Bye, everybody! Bye.